Precious. Ha? Hindi na kayo nag sa akin. Nagpahinga ako buong araw lang eh. Kasi, okay na? Gusto sa?
Sessions resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move we take up the additional reference of business and ask the Secretary General to read the titles of the bills and resolutions and refer to the proper committee for proper disposal. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair is none. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of bills, resolutions, committee reports, communications for referral to proper committees.
Additional reference of business, bills on first reading. House Bill 6955, providing for the protection and advancing the welfare of medical frontliners in the Philippines. Representatives Jan.
The Defeat COVID-19 Ad hoc Committee.
House Bill 6956, upgrading the minimum salary grade of health workers in government hospitals, research institutions, and LGUs. Representative C. Alvarado.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Resolutions, House Resolution 950, calling for the continued suspension of classes in all modes of learning, on-site, off-site, online, and offline, in all levels of public and private educational institutions until a coronavirus disease 2019 COVID-19 vaccine has been developed and made publicly available. Representative Datol.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Resolution 951, directing the Committee on Metro Manila Development to inquire on the lack of public transportation in the NCR under GCQ. Representative
To
Lacson.
the Committee on Rules.
Communication, letter dated 27 May 2020 of Hiro Masuda, CESO 4, Officer in Charge, Office of the Executive Director, CSB, submitting to the House the BAR number 1 quarterly physical report of operation of the CSB as of March 31, 2020.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
Committee report number 366 of the Committee on Sustainable Development Goals on House Bill number 6954.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Election spend. Speaker, I move to suspend sessions.
Session suspended.
Pare, mag-wild ang makabayan sa election spending. Iwanan mo na muna yung election. Ito yung second readings eh. Okay na yan. Welfare. Si Richard Stanley Lee. Granting ka siya. To, tirahin mo na lahat to. Pero to.
Ha? Okay. Mag-privilege hour muna tayo.
O sige, boss.
Sulit again,
Oh.
speak.
Ito lang ang problema mo. Yung election. Ballpen.
Sessions resume. Majority
Speaker.
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we leave of the House. I move we open the privilege hour. I so move.
Any objection? Hearing none, with leave of the House, privilege hour is open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, first to avail of the privilege hour is the Honorable Egay Erice from the great city of Caloocan. I move we recognize the Honorable Erice.
The gentleman from the great city of Caloocan, Honorable Edgar Erice, is recognized to avail his privilege hour.
Ito lang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, our beloved Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, good afternoon. I beg your indulgence, as I know that our table is full in this time of pandemic. However, I feel that it will be a sin of omission if I will be silent to the predicament of hundreds of thousands of our people in the National Capital Region in nearby cities. I am referring to the seemingly ill-conceived and almost ridiculous policies of government pertaining public transport. Kagabi po, galing po ako sa Caloocan City Custodial Center upang alamin kung ano ang naging pangyayari sa 6 na mga tsuper na dinakip sa monumento noong ika-2 ng Hunyo. Napag-alaman ko po mula sa mga tsuper na ito na mahigit na 2 buwan na silang walang hanap buhay. Kaya napilitan silang mamalimos sa monumento, ngunit sila po ay inaresto at sinampahan ng kasong disobedience dahil hindi daw po sila sumusunod sa social distancing at ikinulong, pinagpapiansa ng 3,000 bawat isa. Ang tanging kasalanan po nila, hilingin sa pamahalaan na ipagpatuloy na ang kanilang hanap buhay bilang mga tsuper. Hindi naman po siguro, Mr. Speaker, na mamamalimos ang mga tsuper na ito kung may kakainin pa ang kanilang mga pamilya. Hindi rin daw po sila nakatanggap ng ayuda mula sa ating pamahalaan. Hindi sila kabilang sa mga nabigyan sa ating Social Amelioration Program. Tinanong ko po sila kung may video ba o larawan man lang na nagpapatunay na sila ay lumabag sa social distancing protocol ng ating pamahalaan. Ang tugon nila ay wala po. Sila raw po ay inimbita lamang sa mga presinto at diniretso na sa custodial center. Ang nakakatawa po, Mr. Speaker, nang bisitahin ko po sila sa custodial center, ang dami pong nakapiit doon. At imposible ang social distancing. Sila po ay inaresto sa kasong social distancing at inilagay po sila sa piitan na imposible ang social distancing. At higit pong nalagay sa panganib ang kalusugan ng mga tsuper na ito, lalong higit ang isa sa kanila na may edad na 72, namamalimos ng dahil sa gutom para sa pamilya. Mahigit na 2 buwan na walang pinagkakakitaan. Hindi naayudahan ng pamahalaan, pero ikinulong pa sa makeshift na piitan at pinagbabayad pa ng 3,000 piyansa. Mr. Speaker, is our government planting the seeds of social unrest? Siguro po napagmasdan naman natin itong linggo na ito. Libo-libong mamamayan po ang nakikita natin na hirap pawis, pagod na pagod, na naglalakad sa ating mga lansangan. 10 kilometro o higit pa. 2 oras hanggang 5 oras ng paglalakad sa gitna ng init ng araw at usok ng mga sasakyan. Mr. Speaker, nang matapos ang MECQ noong May 31, 2020 at nagsimula na ang General Community Quarantine noong June 1 at naglabas ang guidelines, ang IATF, pinayagan na po 50% na mag-ooperate na ang napakaraming mga industriya at mga services sa Metro Manila. Ayon po sa statistics, meron pong 72,102 service-related businesses dito sa Kalakhang, Maynila. At tinatayang mga 8 milyon po ang naghahanap buhay dito sa mga negosyong ito. Kung pinayagan po sa GCQ, kalahati na lang po. Ibig sabihin niyan, 4 milyon ang papasok dapat nung Lunes. Subalit palagay na natin yung iba, hindi pa rin nagbukas at nagsara. 2 milyon na lang. Ipagpalagay na natin. May pinaghandaan po ba ang ating mga transport officials ng masasakyan para po sa 2 milyong mga manggagawa na papasok sa kanilang mga tanggapan? Alalahanin po natin. Mahigit 2 buwan silang walang mga hanap buhay. Kaya nagmamadali sila na maghanap buhay. Alalahanin po natin na nangangamba sila na pag hindi sila pumasok sa kanilang mga pinagtatrabahuan ay baka tanggalin sila sa kanilang mga trabaho. Kaya naman po, kahit walang masakyan, nakikita nyo po, sa Commonwealth, ang daan-daan, libo-libo nating mga kababayan na hirap maglakad. Si Mang Eduardo, nilakad po mula Bagong Silang hanggang Shaw Boulevard para lang po makapasok. Mahigit po 20 kilometro. Magsi-senior citizen na si Mang Eduardo, pero pinilit po niya na maglakad. Meron pong isang bike rider, nagtatrabaho sa Pasay mula sa Caloocan. Nagbike po siya papunta ng Pasay, pabalik siya, pauwi, pagkatapos ng kanyang maghapong trabaho, pagod na pagod, nasira pa po yung bike. Kaya naglalakad, hila-hila niya ang kanyang bisikleta. Kalbaryo po ang dinaranas ng libo-libo nating manggagawa na ito. Ang sagot ng ating mga transport officials, kailangan daw magtiis sapagkat mas mahalaga ang kalusugan. Kaya't hinay-hinay lamang ang mga transportasyon. Mr. Speaker, alam na alam natin, tayo ang gumawa ng GCQ rules. Alam na alam natin na may mga papasok at kailangan bilang isang pamahalaan nangangalaga sa ating mga mamamayan, kailangan natin nang bigyan sila ng transportasyon. Hindi natin pwedeng pabayaan na naglalakad, mainitan, maarawan ang mga tao na ito at lalong magkaroon ng banta sa kanilang mga kalusugan dahil sa polusyon, dahil sa aksidente, at padating pa po ang tag-ulan. Mr. Speaker, kung ikaw ay may sasakyan, may motorsiklo, matiwasay kang makakapasok. Pero ayon sa statistics, 88% of the workers in Metro Manila are public transport commuters. Walang sasakyan. Before the pandemic, there are 13,000 buses na araw-araw mga biyahe at naghahatid ng mga kalahating milyong mga manggagawa. Samantalang mayroon namang 250,000 private vehicles na may average na 1.5 passenger per vehicle lamang. Ano po ibig sabihin nito? Kung hahayaan nating mahihirapan sa transportasyon ang mga manggagawa, marami po dyan, mangungutang, bibili ng motorsiklo na mamumurahing kotse, at ano magiging resulta? Mas darami po ang private vehicles at lalo pong maghihigpit ang trapiko sa Metro Manila. Sinabi rin po ng ating mga transport officials, narinig ko, kailangan daw yung mga negosyo bumili ng mga shuttles o kaya ay mag-provide ng mga shuttles para sa kanilang mga gagawa. Ito po ay pribadong sasakyan. Ito po ay magiging dahilan pa lalo ng paghihigpit ng ating trapiko. Hindi ko po alam kung paano nagpaplano ang mga ahensya ng pamahalaan sa transportasyon at trapiko. Kung gigipitin mo ang public transport, lalong imposible ang social distancing. Di ba po mayroon tayong tinatawag na law of supply and demand? Kung kulang ang transportasyon, magsisiksikan. Pero kung pababahain mo ng public transport, di posible na yung social distancing. Para po sa aking kaisipan, simple lang. Dapat po payagan na natin lahat ng public transport. Kaya lang, dapat sumunod sila sa mga social distancing protocols. Pabahain natin ng public transport hanggang sa natural, nakakaunti lang ang sumasakay sa mga public transport at magkakaroon ng social distancing. Maaari naman po mag-incentivize natin ang mga transport operators at mga drivers na i-subsidize sa mga panahon ngayon ang kanilang mga biyahe. Government can implement a carrot and stick policy of giving subsidy to those who will only comply to social protocols and disqualifies those who will violate these protocols. Baliktad po ang pag-iisip ng ating Transport Department. Ang dapat higpitan ay ang mga private vehicles dahil kaunti lang yung kanilang pasahero at manggagawang naihatid sa ating mga negosyo. Gaya na sinabi ko, 1.5 passenger lang per vehicle ang nasiserbisyuhan ng mga pribadong sasakyan. Minarinig pa po ako na tatanggalin na raw po ang number scheme, color coding, basta meron daw pong carpooling. Natatawa po ako at naiinis. Sino ba sa panahon ng pandemya ang magsasakay ng ibang tao, kundi ang iyong pamilya? Mr. Speaker, bawal daw po magkaangkas ang mag-asawa dahil daw po magkahawahan. Magkakahawan sa motorsiklo, pero hindi magkakahawan, hawaan sa kanilang kama. Iisang kanilang tinutulugan. Baka daw po mahawa yung mga kasamaan sa trabaho. Kung mahahawa po ito, magkatabi po ito sa pagtulog, kahit na magkatabi ito sa motorsiklo, pareho din po ang suma noon. Bawal daw po, isa lang daw po ang yung mag-asawa daw po, hindi pwede sumakay sa tricycle, kailangan tig-iisa pang tricycle. Doble pa ang gastos. Hindi ko po alam kung saan kinukuha yung mga ganitong mga polisiya. Nakakatawa, pero nakakainis din. Mr. Speaker, sa panahon ngayon, ang sukdulang paghihirap ng ating mga mamamayan, kailangan tayong mga nasa pamahalaan ay walang dapat isipin kundi kung paano natin mapapagaan ang kalbaryong kanilang kinakaharap. Ngunit tila ba kulang ng sense of empathy ang ating mga policy makers dito sa ating Transport Department. Mukhang di nila nararamdaman ang nararamdaman ng ating mga mamamayan sa araw-araw. Dapat sigurong dagdagan nila ang pakikipag-usap sa mga mamamayan, lalo na doon sa mga tahimik at pilit na tinitiis ang kahirapan dulot ng krisis na nagaganap ngayon sa ating bansa. Dahil na rin sa mga mali at magulong mga patakaran na ipinatutupad ng ating Transport Department. Sana po sumilip sila at alamin ang mga nangyayari sa mga kasulok-sulukan ng ating mga pamamayanan dito sa Kalakhang, Maynila. Mr. Speaker, kailangan po nating suriin ito. Kaya hinihiling ko po na sana ang Committee on Metro Manila Development, Committee on Transportation, kahit na po magbakasyon na tayo sa Kongreso, kahit mag-recess na po tayo sa Kongreso, ay bumuo pa rin ng mga pagpupulong upang masusi nating mapag-aralan ang mga polisiya na ito sa transportasyon at sa trapiko na ipinatutupad ng ating pamahalaan. Maraming salamat po. Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat.
Maraming salamat po. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the privileged speech of the Honorable Edgar Erice of 2nd District of Caloocan City to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Referred to Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Wala nang privilege hour na.
Meron. Isa. Mr. Speaker, may we recognize the Honorable Francisco G. Datol Jr. of the Senior Citizens Party List for his privileged speech. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The representative from Senior Party List, Honorable Francisco Datol Jr. is recognized for his privileged speech.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to our Honorable House Speaker, Alan Compañero Cayetano, our energetic Majority Floor Leader, Ferdinand Martin Giro Valdez, my dear colleagues, and to this whole venerable august body. I come before you on behalf of our almost 10 million senior citizens, or 10% of the population of our country, as the representative under the Senior Citizens Party List. Nakikiusap po ako, natulungan ninyo ako, at ang ating mga vulnerable and high-risk na lolo at lola, especially during this period of a pandemic. Simula po na mag-umpisa ang i-CQ at hanggang ngayon na GCQ na, ay lagi na lang at paulit-ulit na nakikiusap ang inyong lingkod sa DSWD, DOH, at iba pang mga ahensya na unahin ng pamahalaan ang mga ayuda para sa nakatatanda at bahay-bahay na iparating sa kanila ang mga ayuda ng pamahalaan, pagkain at pensyon, sa kadahilanang hindi pwede silang lumabas ng kanilang tahanan pagkat madali po silang mahawa ng sakit na dulot ng COVID-19. Subalit, hindi po ito natupad. This slow action of government. It is disappointing because in a pandemic, everything is time sensitive. Every day of inaction can determine life and death of one of our lolos and lolas. Yet, the DSWD has time and again chosen to drag their feet in implementing the simple but crucial life-saving measures for our senior citizens. Their inaction contradicted their own Memorandum Circular number 94, series of 1918, na isinasa doon na door-to-door is their preferred mode of delivery for our social pensions because even its preference in delivery, the DSWD still choose to force out at high-risk senior citizens to line up. Pinapipila po nila sa napakainit po ng araw para makakuha lang sila ng ayuda ng social pension. Kaya ang nangyari po, napakarami pong nabuwal na matatanda sa napakahabang pila sa nakakiinit na araw. Marami pong namatay. At yung iba naman po, dadating na sa mahabang pila, sasabihin nila na walang listahan. Ano po yung ibig sabihin nun, Mr. Speaker? Ang ibig sabihin niyan, pagkamat nakauna sa listahan ang ating mga senior citizen na bibigyan ng ayuda kasama ng PWD at pregnant women. Hindi po ito si kaso. Kaya, ang dami pong namamatay. Pinayagan na po natin sila sa pakiusap nating lahat na wag nalalabas ng bahay, lalo na yung may mga sakit, na mga hyper, na mga high blood, diabetes at iba-iba pa. Sinunod po nila yan. Subalit, kamukha po nang nangyayari ngayon, noong pong nakaraang linggo, bilang membro po ako ng Metro Manila, bilang Vice Chairman ng Metro Manila Committee at member ng Transportation Committee, nagkaroon po kami ng pagpupulong kasama mo yung aming dalawang chairman, si Manny Lopez at saka si Chairman Sarmiento. Nangako po sa akin ang dalawang asset ng DOTR na pagbubukas ng Lunes ay bibigyan nila ng karapatan ng senior citizen na makasakay sa MRT at LRT. At yun po ay pinapayagan sapagkat ako po, hiniling ko po talaga na yung mga nagtatrabaho na senior citizen, ipakita lang ang ID kay gobyerno o private, payagan pong makasakay. At yun naman pong mga matatanda, nakukuha lang ng pensyon sa SSS at GSIS at mag-aayos ng kanilang mga papeles, alalayan nila yan at pasakayin. Ano po nangyari? Nung pong nakaraang Lunes, may mga pumila po na senior citizen. Ang alam po natin, may batas yan na ginawa tayo rito, basta may senior citizen, PWD at pregnant woman, may senior citizen lane po yan. Hindi po nila pinasakay sapagkat kinakailangan para ba ng waiver. Nalungkot po ang inyong kasamahan sa Kongreso. Bakit po ganon? Tayo ba ay niluluko na lang ng mga nangangasiwa sa MRT at LRT na yan? Kaya nga kaninang umaga, sinabi ko sa aming chairman kay Congressman Sarmiento na pag-meeting natin bukas, gawin lang nating detalyado. Hindi kinakailangan sa bibig lang nila nang gagaling, kinakailangan may kasulatan upang ang mga nakakaawang senior citizen at PWD ng ating bansa ay mabigyan ng karampatang pag-alalay sa pagsakay diyan sa mga train at LRT at MRT. Kinakailangan pag senior citizen na, salubungin na ng staff nila, 30 po lamang ang istasyon ng train. Bakit hindi sila maglagay ng bawat isang istasyon, merong isang aalalay sa senior citizen? Pagkatapos, habang nakasakay na doon sa talagang sakayan nila, ay tawagan nila o iradyo na sa istasyon na yon bababa ang senior citizen para paalalayan nila. Binisita ko po yan. Nakita ko naman po, gumagana ng lahat, pati mga elevators na 30 istasyon. Kaya nga po, kagalaga ng speaker, mga kasamahan ko, kinakatukong yung mga puso na sana bigyan ng puwang sa ating mga damdamin ang mga senior citizen. Kagaya ng sinabi kanina ni Congressman Eric Erice, yung 6 na senior citizen ko na hindi makabiyahe, itinulong nila diyan sa Caloocan. At pinapuntahan ko po yan. May tinawagan akong kaibigan doon na kinakailangan ilabas yan at kinakailangan piyansahan ko yan para makukulong. Ang tutulong dyan, ako na kanilang delegado dito sa Kongreso. At kung sakali, hihingan ko rin kayo ng tulong kung hindi pala nilalabas yan para ang kanila ng mga pamilya ay madugtungan ng buhay. Ang nakikita ko po rito, the most vulnerable sector, ang aking sektor, ano po, tulungan po natin sila sapagkat lahat naman po tayo ay may lola at lolo. Paano na po kung ang ating mga lola at lola ay mawala na yan? Alaala na lang ang ating dadatnan. Kaya nga po, nag-usap-usap pa kami ng mga pangulo, na 500 pangulo ng lola at lola sa buong Pilipinas. Na kung maaari, ang sabi nila, Congressman, ikaw naman ang aming delegado dyan na nag-iisa sa Kongreso. Pakiusapan mo na ang iyong mga kasama, pati ang ating Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte, na ang lahat ng estudyante, total binabawalan nilang lumabas ng bahay yung 21 years below, ipuspon na muna po ang pasukan. Dahil baka po magkasakit sila, 23 million po ang nag-aaral ng mga apo at anak ng mga senior citizen sa public schools. Yung iba po, walang pambili ng mga gadget na gagamitin nila. Na sinabi po ng isang matanda pa, na 90 anyos, na isang presidente ko doon sa Bisaya. Nung panahon po ng Hapon, Congressman, 3 taon na sinakop tayo ng Hapon, wala pong estudyante na nag-aaral noon. Bakit ito 1 taon lang o 1 taon kalahati ang hihintayin natin para maligtas na ang ating bansa at magkaroon na ng bakuna saka na natin pag-aralin. Tama po ang ating presidente. Ano po? Ang Pilipino po, napakatatalinong tao niyan. Kahit po, 2-3 taong hindi mag-aral yan, pag nagbukas ang pasukan, ang Pilipino po ay napakatatalinong tao. Kaya nga po, sa mga senior citizen na nakikinig ngayon at nananood sa buong bansa, ang inyong pong congressman ay makikiusap, tiklop-tuhod na makikiusap sa aking mga kasama na dapat unahin ngayong pandemya ang ating sektor sapagkat ang ating sektor ang pinakamadaling mahawa ng sakit na yan, bigyan ng pagkakataon na makasakay sa mga sasakyan, makapagtrabaho sapagkat yan lamang ang kanilang talagang pagkakitaan para mabuhay ang kanilang mga apo at ang kanilang mga anak. Huwag po muna payagan muna na mag-aral kay video o Zoom yung mga tao sapagkat magkakaroon ng pagtitingin na hindi pantay-pantay. Ang pwede lang mag-aral yung mayayaman na may pangbili ng gadget. Paano naman yung 23 milyon na mga may hirap ng ating bayan? Yan lang po, kagalang-galang na speaker at mga kasama ko dito sa 18th Congress. Tulungan niyo po kami at alam ko na matatala sa aklat ng kasaysayan ng 18th Congress na pinumumuno ng ating magiting na speaker, Alan Cayetano, majority floor leaders at ng mga namumuno ay mamahalin ng senior citizen hanggang ipagdadasal araw-araw na humaba pa ang buhay nating lahat na membro nitong makasaysayang 18th Congress. Marami pong salamat at magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat.
Maraming salamat po, Congressman Datul. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no interpellators, I move that the privileged speech of the Honorable Datul be referred to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action. So moved.
Referred to Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize the Honorable Euphemia Kafemia Kulyamat of the Party List Bayan Muna for her privileged speech. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Representative from Party List Bayan Muna, Honorable Euphemia Kafemia Kulyamat is recognized for her privileged speech.
Maraming salamat. Ginong Speaker, mga Majority Floor Leader, maraming salamat. Ginong Speaker, hindi mahirap na tanong kung ano ang dapat na prioridad ng pamahalaan sa panahong ito ng malawakang gutom at pandemya. Sa sino mang taong may malinaw na pag-iisip at nasa tamang lugar ang kanyang mga puso, simple lang ang sagot dito, Ginong Speaker. Ibigay ang tamang ayuda at magpatupad ng libre at malawakang assistance. Hindi gagamutin ng mga gamit pandigma ang isang taong dinadapuan ng COVID. Hindi rin ililigtas ng militarisasyon, pananakot at pandarahas ang mga komunidad mula sa pagdapo at pagkalat ng COVID. Subalit, malinaw na wala sa tamang lugar ang puso ng pamahalaan. Hanggang sa kasalukuyan, nagpapatuloy ang pagkapit nito sa solusyong militar at pagwawalang bahala sa solusyong medikal. Ito ay ang sa kabila ng nagdudumilat na katotohanan na hindi pa humuhupa ang patuloy na pagtaas ng bilang ng mga tinamaan ng COVID. Nitong Mayo 19 lamang ay may 40 militar at pulis at in full battle gear na gumagalanta sa katahimikan ng mga lumad na komunidad sa Jatagon, Lianga, Surigao del Sur. Bigla nilang pinasok ang komunidad ng walang pasintabi at walang suot-suot na face mask at hindi sinusunod ang social distancing bilang tahasang paglabag sa mga tinatakdang quarantine protocol. Masahol pa dito ang pagpasok din nila. Pinasok din nila ang mga tahanan ng mga takot na mga residente at pinaghahanap nila ang mga lokal na leader ng mga lumad nang wala ding pagsubali sa mga itinakdang quarantine protocol. Pinagkukuhanan din nila ng mga larawan ang komunidad, mga tao dito, pati na ang mga paaralang lumad. Isang lumad ang inaresto nila sa kadahilan ng taga-suporta umano ito ng rebelding grupo. Noong Mayo 12 naman, pinaulanan ng bomba ng mga eroplanong pangdigma ng militar at isang bahagi ng lupaing katutubo sa Jatagon, Lianga. Sinundan ito ng maramihang putok ng mga artillery weapons. Sa ganitong militarisadong gawain ng pamahalaan sa panahong ito ng malawakang gutom at pandemya, lalo lamang nilang isinasapanganib ang buhay at kalusugan ng mga lumad sa komunidad. Ang mga lumad ay isa sa pinaka-vulnerableng sektor ng lipunan sa kadahilanan ng kanilang kahirapan at kakulangan ng serbisyong medikal sa pamahalaan sa kanilang mga lugar. Subalit, bayong parusa pa sa buhay ng mga lumad ang dulot ng militarisasyon, pananakot, pandarahas, pambubumba at tahasang panganib ng mga militar at pulis sa kalusugan nila dahil sa kanilang paglabag sa quarantine protocol. Sila yata ay sadyang ikinalat ng pamahalaan ang COVID virus sa lugar ng mga lumad. Kung gayon, ay masasabi nating isa itong biological warfare laban sa mga mismong mamamayan ng pamahalaan. Noong nakaraang 18 ng Mayo, ang mga tropa ng militar ay nag-ikot at inaristo lahat ng mga residente sa sitio Balaas at sitio Airborne sa Barangay Buhay, Mabuhay, Sitio na Bangka, Barangay Makalungit sa San Fernando, Bukidnon. Itinasuhan nila ilang mga membro ng NPA. Panahon ng lockdown at quarantine, ngunit umiiting pa rin ang paglabag ng karapatang pantao sa mga magsasaka at katutubo. Noong Mayo 14, 2 ang batang namatay at 12 pa ang tan sa isang komunidad ng mga kapatid nating Moro sa barangay Tango, Dato Saudi ang Patuan, Maguindanao, matapos biglang matamaan ang kanilang bahay ng bomba. Bago pa man ang pangyayari, naririnig na ng mga residente ang pagpapalipad ng mortar mula sa military detachment ng 57th IB sa kalapit na barangay kahit ito ay araw ng Idul-Fitr. Itinatanggi ng militar ang pagpapaputok pero ang mga residente mismo ang nagsabing bahagi ng arsenal ng militar ang natagpo ang bomba. Nanonood lamang ng TV ang dalawang bata na edad 10 at 7 taon gulang nang tumama ang bomba. Noong ang pambansang minorya ang biktima nitong mga militaristang pangatake ng mamamayan. Biktima din ang mga maritang lungsod. Noong Mayo 28, pinatay ang leader ng kadamay na si Carlito Abadyon sa Ormoc City. Si Carlit ay matagal nang pinagbantaan at hinitikan ng armbangkasa ng Estado sa pamumuno nito ng mga laban ng mga maralitang lungsod galing sa paglaban sa mga demolisyon. Ginoong Speaker, nakapagtataka at nakakagalit din na sa kabila ng malaking kabiguang tinamo ng solusyong militar ng pamahalaan sa pagsugpo ng COVID, ay patuloy pa rin itong pinapatupad ng pamahalaang Duterte. Ang malaking kabiguang ito ay malinaw na ipinapakita ng nagpapatuloy na pagtaas ng bilang ng mga tinamaan ng COVID virus sa bansa sa kabila ng mahigit 2 buwang lockdown, malawakang pag-deploy ng mga pulis at militar, at maramihang paghuli at pagkulong sa mga tinatawag nilang quarantine violators. Ginoong Speaker, lubha pa rin maraming naghihirap na mamamayan ang kulang o hindi pa nakakatanggap ng ayuda mula sa pamahalaan. Wala ding balak maglunsad ng libreng mass testing na pinakamabisang solusyon laban sa paglaganap ng pandemya sa kadahilanang wala na umanong pundo ang pamahalaan para dito. Kung gayon, ang matinong dahilan kung bakit nagbabalak ang pamahalaan na bumili ng bilyong pisong halaga ng pangdigmang helikopter. Ito ay malinaw na kriminal na pag-iwan ng pamahalaan sa tungkulin nitong labanan ang pandemya at magbigay ng tunay na serbisyong medikal sa mga mamamayan. Ginoong Speaker, pinapakita lamang ng nagpapatuloy na pagkapit ng pamahalaan sa solusyong militar at nagpipintong paggastos ng bilyong piso para sa mga kagamitang pangdigma na walang tamang lugar ang kanyang prioridad at puso. Mananatiling ipagsisigaw naming mga lumad ang itigil ang militarisasyon sa aming mga komunidad. Kalimutan ang solusyong militar at ilaan ang mga pundo para sa tunay na solusyong medikal tulad ng libre at malawakang mass testing. Maraming salamat at magandang hapon, Ginoong Majority Floor Leader.
Maraming salamat po, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the privileged speech of the Honorable Eufemia Kafemia Kuliamat to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Referred to Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we close the privilege hour. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of unfinished business, I move to consider House Bill 6555 and requesting the Secretary General to read the title of the bill.
Any objection? The chair hears none. House Bill, the Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of House Bill 6555 under Committee Report 281 for consideration on second reading.
House Bill number 6555, an act institutionalizing volunteerism as a strategy for national development and declaring December as National Volunteer Month, amending for the purpose Sections 12 and 13 of Republic Act number 9418, otherwise known as the Volunteer Act of 2007.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of said bill is that the period of sponsorship and debate has been terminated. I move to recognize the Honorable Rita Robes from the Lone District, San Jose del Monte City, the chairman of the Committee on People's Participation.
The chairperson of the Committee on People's Participation is recognized. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move to open the period of committee amendments.
Any objection? The chair hears none. Period of committee amendments is open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee amendments, I now move to close the period of committee amendments.
Any objection? The chair hears none. Committee amendments closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of individual amendments.
Any objection? The chair hears none. Period of individual amendments is open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no individual amendments, I move to close the period of individual amendments.
Any objection? The chair hears none. The period of individual amendment is closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to vote on second reading House Bill 6555.
As many as in favor for House Bill 655, please say aye.
Aye.
Those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 655 is approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for consideration House Bill 6910 and request the Secretary General to read the title of the bill.
Any objection? The chair is none. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of House Bill 6910 under Committee Report 346.
House Bill 6910, an act institutionalizing the alternative learning system in the basic education for out-of-school children, youth, and adults.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Precious Hipolito of the 2nd District of Quezon City.
The representative from the 2nd District of Quezon City, Honorable Precious Hipolito, is recognized to sponsor House Bill 6910. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of said bill is now in the period of sponsorship and debate. Mr. Speaker, there being no interpolation, I move to close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move to open the period of committee amendments.
Any objection? Period of committee amendments is open.
Mr. Speaker, I now move to close the period of committee amendments, having no other committee amendments.
Any objection? The chair is none. Period of committee amendments is closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move to open the period of individual amendments.
Any objection? Hearing none. Period of individual amendments is open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no individual amendments, I now move to close the period of individual amendments.
Any objection? The chair is none. Period of individual amendments is closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to vote on second reading House Bill 6910.
As many as in favor on House Bill 6910 to approve on second reading, please say aye.
Aye.
Those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 6910 is approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for consideration House Bill 6925 and request the Secretary General to please read the title of the bill.
The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of House Bill 6925 for consideration on second reading.
House Bill number 6925, an act mandating the Philippine Merchant Marine Academy to select one student applicant from each congressional district every year to comprise the incoming freshman cadet class.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of said bill is that it's now on the period of sponsorship and debate, and I move to recognize the Honorable Precious Hipolito of the 2nd District of Quezon City.
The representative from the 2nd District of Quezon City, Honorable Precious Hipolito, is recognized to sponsor
Thank you.
House Bill 6925.
Mr. Speaker, having no interpolators, I move to close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Any objection? The chair hears none. Period of interpellation and debate is closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move to open the period of committee amendments.
Any objection? The chair hears none. The period of committee amendments is open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, having no committee amendments, I move to close the period of committee amendments.
Any objection? The chair hears none. The period of committee amendment is closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of individual amendments.
Any objection? The chair hears none. Period of individual amendment is open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, having no individual amendments, I move to close the period of individual amendments.
Any objection? The chair hears none. Period of individual amendment is open.
Mr. Speaker, I move to vote on second reading House Bill 6925.
As many as in favor on House Bill 6925 for second reading, please say aye.
Aye.
Those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 6925 is approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
Tapos open yung privilege hour, ha?
Pwede na.
Tapos na lahat ng sagot.
Hindi pa.
Wala pa pinaparente.
Sessions resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of House Resolution number 783 and direct the Secretary General to read the title of the resolution. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair is none. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of House Resolution 783 under Committee Report 282 for adoption.
House Resolution 783, resolution congratulating and commending Alexandra Alex M. Ayala for winning the Australian Open Juniors Tennis Competition doubles category held in Melbourne Park, Australia on January 31, 2020.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of House Resolution number 784 and be directed the Secretary
No,
General.
783.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of the House Resolution 783 and be directed the Secretary. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair is none. House Resolution 783 is hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of House Bill number 784 under committee report and be directed the Secretary General to read the title. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair is none. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of House Resolution 784 under Committee Report 283 for adoption.
House Resolution 784, resolution commending Filipino surfer Roger Casugay for exhibiting an act of heroism and rescuing a fellow competitor during the surfing competition of the 2019 Southeast Asian Games in San Juan, La Union, and for winning the gold medal in the men's longboard surfing competition.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of House Resolution number 784. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair is none. House Resolution 784 is now adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of House Resolution number 789. I so move, Mr. Speaker. Under committee report, and I so move committee report number 298. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of House Resolution 789 under Committee Report 298 for adoption.
House Resolution 789, a resolution congratulating and commending Aldrian Paul Elvira Alogon for being awarded the prestigious Freeman Asian Scholarship at the Wesleyan University in Connecticut, United States of America.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of House Resolution number 789. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair is none. House Resolution 789 is adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with leave of the House, I move we reopen the privilege hour. So move.
Any objection? The chair is none. With leave of the House, previous hour is open.
Mr.
Majority
Speaker,
Leader.
the next to avail of the privilege hour is the distinguished Minority Leader, Benny Abante.
The distinguished Minority Leader, Mike Kababayan, is now recognized to deliver his privilege speech and avail his privilege hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Malinaw ba yung boses ko? Hindi, no? Tanggalin ko na lang. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe this to be a very timely privilege speech before we recess in Congress this week. I'd like to entitle my speech to be Faith is Essential. Mr. Speaker, my esteemed colleagues, once again, I am compelled to rise before you this afternoon on the same question to echo both a plea and a word of caution in the light of another disaster of much greater magnitude that struck and continued to struck us, COVID-19. This pandemic which we continue to fight has wreaked and continued to wreak havoc in our life as a people and as a nation. And because of this, and this desire, which is everyone's desire, to contain this pandemic, our government has adopted and implemented and continues to implement measures that restricted and in many areas continue to restrict the liberty, movements, and activities of the people, including our labor force and those of the business community, thus adversely and heavily affecting our economy. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, I do believe that these measures and restrictions are well in accord with and within a valid exercise of one of the three inherent powers of the state, is police power. However, I am deeply concerned and personally disturbed, not only as a citizen who believes in God and the Bible, but more so as a pastor, with the manifested intention of the Interagency Task Force on the Management of Emerging Infectious Diseases to curtail a freedom guaranteed under a constitution, the freedom of religion and the free exercise thereof, which necessarily and most importantly include the freedom to worship God. Though many may not agree with me, I cherish this freedom above all. One and even the state may take away all my freedoms guaranteed under the Constitution, save my right and freedom to worship God. Because to me, He is my Creator, the Creator of the universe, the Creator of all things, the heaven and things that are therein, the earth and the things that are therein, by Jesus Christ. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues, I beg your indulgence to consider my stand that the freedom of to worship God is the highest freedom that man has, so that even the exercise of the police power of the state must yield to it. 75 days na po tayo sa pandemic na ito, Mr. Speaker. Tinanggap ko po bilang isang Kristiyano at bilang isang bishop at pastor na huwag magkaroon ng pagsamba. Mula simula, mula po tayo na nasa ECQ, ngayon po ay meron ng level, meron ng modified ECQ, meron ng GCQ, meron ng modified GCQ, at pagkatapos po niyan ay new normal. Whatever be our religious belief or denomination, and I believe I'm speaking not only that concerns my denomination, but I'm speaking of all denominations and religions, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues in this country. In fact, the CBCP last week already made it public, and they issued guidelines, Mr. Speaker, asking the IATF to open their places of worship. I respectfully submit that it is but just right, which our obligation to freely worship God. We are thankful, Mr. Speaker, for digital technology, so that we are able to pray, worship, and fellowship through live streaming. But of course, we know that to be impersonal. At marami pa rin tayo, Mr. Speaker, na daan-daan at libu-libong mga simbahan sa buong Pilipinas that cannot afford online worship. They cannot afford live streaming. They cannot afford Zoom meeting sapagkat yan po ay may bayad at mahal po ang bayad. At marami tayong mga simbahan na mga mahihirap, Mr. Speaker, at mga nasa bundok. It is still imperative that parishioners should meet together, just like what the Bible says in Hebrews 10:25, where it says that we should never forsake the assembling of us together. Even just for conscience sake, the freedom to worship God should not be bridled. Rules, regulations, restrictions, and other issuances relative to COVID-19 or outbreak of other highly contagious diseases or health emergency of national magnitude should not interfere with or impair or impede the freedom of religion and the free exercise thereof, for as long as the basic mandatory health safety measures, such as wearing of face masks, availability and sufficiency of hand washing, sanitizing materials, or equipment in strategic places, in places of worship, physical and social distancing, and body temperature checks, not allowing anyone whose body temperature is above 37.5 degrees Celsius to enter immediately the place of worship. That even those who are vulnerable, Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, those senior citizens, we strictly observe and we request them not to come to the house of worship anymore, but to just watch and go live streaming. The restriction to travel outside residence should not apply to persons going to and from their respective places of worship, or to pastors and preachers, priests, ministers, imams, and other similarly situated in the discharge of their duties and responsibilities as such. I would like to just inform my colleagues na mga pastor po ng aming denominasyon ay hindi po humihingi ng ayuda sa gobyerno. Number one, sapagkat hindi po nila tinatawag ang kanilang sariling indigents. At dahilan dyan, sila po hindi kumukuha ng ayuda sa DSWD. Kaya hindi, Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, hindi rin po sila applicable na kumuha ng ayuda mula sa DOLE because they are not considered as regular employees. In fact, their work as pastors and preachers are purely voluntary, and to them, it is a calling. Nararapat lamang na hindi na dapat pigilan pa ng IATF na mag-travel po ang ating mga kapastoran o kaparian sa mga bahay po ng kanilang mga parishioners upang sila ay manalangin, upang sila po ay bumisita, magbasa man lang ng Bible, at ang mahalaga, kunin po ang mga donasyon ng kanilang mga members upang ito, mga pamilyang ito at mga workers ng simbahan ay magkaroon ng pagkain at magkaroon ng kaunting ayuda. I would like to remind everyone, in the preamble of our Constitution, we declared that we, as a sovereign people, are imploring the aid of Almighty God in order to build a just and humane society and establish a government that shall embody our ideals and aspirations and promote the common good. Makikita nyo, Mr. Speaker, even our Constitution recognizes the existence and the presence of God. Since we are imploring the aid of Almighty God in building a just and humane society and establishing a government to promote the common good, I submit that it is not only our freedom, but our obligation to freely worship Him. Our Constitution specifically and clearly provides that, as I quote, no law shall be made respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, the free exercise and enjoyment of religious profession and worship without discrimination or preference shall forever be allowed. I likewise submit that even on the occasion of this pandemic, Mr. Speaker, the free exercise of religious worship should be allowed because the constitutional provision is clear, shall forever be allowed. Under the Constitution, the state, it says, and I quote, shall promote and protect moral, spiritual, intellectual, and social well-being of our youth, and mandates all educational institutions to strengthen ethical and spiritual values and develop moral character and personal discipline. Sino po ba ang talaga nagtuturo ng moral character at ng spiritual values, Mr. Speaker, kundi ang ating mga simbahan? I also submit that the promotion and protection of the moral and spiritual well-being of the youth and the development of moral character and personal discipline could be best attained by encouraging our youth and the people in general to freely exercise their freedom of religion and to worship God. God, I believe, Mr. Speaker, is the author and protector of moral and spiritual values, and the developer of moral character and personal discipline. Under the principle of separation of the church and state, the church is supreme on matters relating to the protection of moral and spiritual well-being, the development of moral character and personal discipline. Accordingly, the freedom of religion and the free exercise thereof must be recognized, even if not specially during this time of national health emergency. In this pandemic, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues, the state and the church must be equal partners to fight this pandemic. Let me repeat, the state and the church must be equal partners to fight this pandemic. All things are considered equal. Faith, Mr. Speaker, is as essential as social services is. I would go around, and people who are tested positive would always come to me, not asking for any help, but asking for prayers. I do believe, Mr. Speaker, that prayers and social services are equal in the need of this pandemic. In America, according to survey today, in this pandemic, 75% of all professing Christians are now reading the Bible. That even 30% of all atheists who do not believe in the existence of God are now interested to read the Bible. There's one good thing noticeable when COVID-19 struck. Even those who were not praying to, those who were not talking about, those who did not have faith in, God began to call upon Him, talk about Him, and to show faith in Him. The church, not the state, is mandated by God to teach moral and spiritual things. It is in the church that one can know, learn, and understand about moral and spiritual matters, especially about God who created him. It is in the church where one can know godly character and discipline, godliness, obedience, humility, integrity, honesty, and industry. Are not the church a great equal help to the government as far as having peace and order is concerned? Why did we give the malls, the restaurants, and even schools and barbershops and salons? Why did we open them up? Because we feel them to be essential. Then let us open all the places of worship with the condition that we follow certain protocols and guidelines issued by the IATF. Nalaman ko, Mr. Speaker, na doon po sa isang lugar sa Cavite, kung saan na nagmamay-ari ng isang lugar na ito ay ang mga Chinese na merong pogo. Bukas pa rin ang pogo. Nandun lamang sila sa loob. Are they practicing social distancing? No, they do not, Mr. Speaker. Pero ang mga churches po natin, nangako that we will practice and abide by the guidelines of the IATF. As to why God allowed COVID-19, we may never know or understand. But what we ought to realize is that everything is in His hands. And may this be an encouragement to all. God knows all things, and to Him all things are possible, and nothing is impossible. We should realize too that to everything there is a season and a time for every purpose. Even our President has made Ecclesiastes chapter 3 his favorite quotations. The Bible says, "If thou wilt diligently hearken to the voice of the Lord thy God, and will do that which is right in His sight, and will give ear to His commandments, and keep His statutes, Anong sabi po ng Bible? I will put none of these diseases which I brought upon the Egyptians, for I am the Lord that healeth thee. Mr. Speaker, God is our great precision. In 2 Chronicles 7 verse 14, na binabanggit po ng lahat, ang sabi, if my people who are called by my name shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven, will forgive their sins, and will heal their land. Let us realize, Mr. Speaker, that the church is essential in the life of each individual believer. Hence, their desire to go to church or any other place of worship. Alam po natin na nung ECQ, lockdown lahat, sarado po lahat, tinanggap po natin yan. At kami nagkaroon ng live streaming. Pero meron na pong modified ECQ kung saan ang IATF ay nabigay ng guideline na pwede na po ang 5 na pumunta ng simbahan para sumamba. Nagkaroon po ng GCQ na pwede na ang 10 ang magsimba at munta ng simbahan. Mr. Speaker, ako po ay nakikiusap sa IATF na wag natin pong lagyan ng numero, kundi tingnan po natin yung capacity ng building, kung ilan po ang kayang-kaya dyan, basta't sinusunod ang lahat ng protocols. Sapagkat ngayon po ako'y nagpapasalamat sa ating IATF na mga kasama, sapagkat sa araw pong ito o kahapon ay binuksan na po, nagkaroon na po ng guideline na sa modified GCQ ay pwede na pong sumamba ng 50% to the capacity of the church building. Mr. Speaker, there is something that is deeply personal and close to my heart, and that is faith. Or to be more specific, the practice of faith. Since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, many of us have had to follow restrictions to aid the government contain the virus and prevent the spread of this dreaded disease. As a man of faith and a pastor of many years, I understand that my role in this trying period is to protect my flock and to help our leaders manage this public health crisis for the good of the people. Lahat po tayo nagsakripisyo para isakabubuti ng lahat. Many of us have not seen family or loved ones for months. Many of us have had to give up many of the activities we love. And those of us who embrace our respective faith have been unable to go to our places of worship in order to collectively and as a community honor our Heavenly Father. But as we have slowly made inroads in containing this epidemic, steps have been made to carefully open our economy in our country. As we have eased into a new world order, workplaces and essential industries have been allowed to open their doors as the government recognizes that these are essential to the lives of our kababayan. I stand today to appeal to the policymakers and implementors in government to likewise acknowledge the cliche that we do not live by bread alone, and that the practice of our faith is an essential part of what makes us Filipinos. And you know what, Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, this is not just a cliche. This is in reality what the Bible says, that we do not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds out of the mouth of God. Hindi po industriya ang ating mga simbahan. Subalit tingin ko po na karapat-dapat po itong ituring na essential because our people have to be provided a means by which to exercise one of their most fundamental rights, the right to practice their faith, the right to religious expression. Like workplaces or other establishments, our places of worship can implement precautions. May I say this again to the IATF people, we will implement precautions. We will observe the protocols and the guidelines of the IATF that will allow for proper social distancing, precautions that will allow believers to practice their faith safely. We laud the government for allowing us to go to our churches in areas under modified GCQ, where 50% of the parishioners can now occupy their building. And we commit to take all these steps necessary, Mr. Speaker. We commit, we promise, we pledge to take all the steps necessary to ensure the safety of our flocks. After all, Mr. Speaker, kami pong mga servants ng Panginoon is after the safety and the health of our flocks. Sana po ito'y pinakinggan ng ating mga kasama sa IATF. At sana po, Mr. Speaker, kahit na po sa GCQ, Modified ECQ, or GCQ, pabuksan na po natin ang ating mga places of worship. Maraming salamat po, and may God bless us all in the days to come. May God bless you, and may the Lord heal us from this pandemic. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat po, Deputy Minority Leader, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize the Honorable Mike Defensor of Anakalusugan Party List for his interpellation. So move, Mr.
Representative
Speaker.
from Anakalusugan, Honorable Mike Defensor, is recognized to interpolate the distinguished Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will the Honorable Minority Floor Leader accede to some questions on his privileged speech, Mr. Speaker?
I would be very happy to accede, Mr. Speaker, to my colleague, ang Batang Defensor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at the onset, I just want to put on the record that the Lighthouse Bible Baptist Church of Pastor Ruben Abante have been helping Quezon City. I recognize that the Honorable Minority Floor Leader is from Manila, but I would like to put on record to thank the Pastor Abante, the Lighthouse Bible Baptist Church, because of the support for many poor communities in terms of food that they have given for Quezon City. And I'm not sure if the Honorable Minority Floor Leader is aware of that. Please tell the good pastor and the Lighthouse Bible Baptist Church, thank you for their support for the poor and needy families in Quezon City.
I will, Mr. Speaker. Alam po yung mga Baptist churches po namin believes in a holistic approach in our ministry where we do not only preach the Bible but we also feed the poor and give goods to those that cannot afford it. In fact, even medical missions. And feed
Yes,
the poor.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very much aware of the church in Tatalon. And for the record, Mr. Speaker, in fact, during the lockdown, I was the one even driving the van to get the food packs to be delivered to the poor communities in Quezon City. Now, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to ask the Honorable Minority Floor Leader, because I agree with his speech. I think even the WHO in the report was already saying that what is important is social distancing. And therefore, even if we have a lockdown, if people do not practice social distancing, then that would still be a problem and a potential for the spread of the disease. Have the churches, Mr. Speaker, not only the Baptist Church, but all of the churches that are involved in this campaign to open up the services, would they have already submitted a proposal to the IATF, Mr. Speaker?
In fact, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, what I did was, unlike what the CBCP did, where they publicly actually demanded that churches be open, they submitted that they will follow all the guidelines. I was back channeling, and we submitted also the guidelines to the IATF, and we promised them that we will be disciplined enough to practice all of the guidelines that the IATF has given us.
Just for curiosity, Mr. Speaker, how far would a person be to another person, from another person, during a service or a worship service being conducted by the respective churches?
In fact, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, our churches are more on the study of knowledge of the Word of God. Therefore, there's no contact whatsoever, no. And in our churches alone, we ask our members to sit 2 meters away. 2 meters away, sa tabi, sa likod, sa harap. And then pag dismiss na ito, hindi sila kaagad lumalabas agad. They go by what? They go by 5, they go by 10, they practice social distancing. At paglabas po niyan sa kalye, they immediately go home. Hindi na po sila nagko-congregate pa kung saan.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Kasama rin po, Mr. Speaker, doon sa guidelines, di po ba, na pag pumasok ay merong alcohol o di kaya paghuhugas ng kamay?
No, meron po kaming foot bath. Meron kaming thermal screening. Meron kaming sanitizers. Meron kaming hygiene. Everything po. Andun lahat. Sapagkat ayaw po naman namin na yung church pa ang siyang magbabiolate ng guidelines ng gobyerno.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Kasama po yun doon sa guidelines ng IATF. At kasama rin po, Mr. Speaker, of course, basic, nakamask lahat ng a-attend sa worship services.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I support the appeal of the Honorable Abante, and I understand that the appeal is not only for the Baptist Church, but all churches. If they can have that, if they practice the regulations as stipulated by the IATF, in fact, they can even check if indeed the churches are following. And if not, then they can, would you agree that, if the churches would not be able to follow, that the respective church can be closed down? Mr.
Speaker, Your Honor, sinasabi ko po sa aming mga pastor sa probinsya, for example, sa mga kabundukan, marami kami mga churches dyan na maliliit, no? Na wala talagang anumang pagkakataon na sila'y magsamba. Bakit? Walang online, walang live streaming. At talagang hindi pwedeng pumunta sapagkat maliit lamang. Ang iba dyan, yari lamang sa pawid. So there's no way for them to meet together. Ngayon, nakita po namin na ito po mga pastor na ito, nangangailangan po ng pagkain. At wala po silang makunan kundi yung mga offerings ng mga members nila. Sabi ko nga kanina, hindi naman sila pwedeng kumuha ng ayuda sa DSWD sapagkat hindi naman sila indigents. Hindi na sila pwedeng kumuha ng ayuda sa DOLE sapagkat hindi naman sila regular employees. Kaya sana, payagan na itong mga pastor na ito, puntahan lang yung mga member nila. O mag-pray at magkaroon ng Bible study. Pagkatapos, kung may donation, kunan ng donation para magkaroon naman ng resources ang mga kapastor na ito.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Well, again, Mr. Speaker, I support the Honorable Minority Floor Leader. I congratulate him for his speech and whatever we can do to help in order to enlighten the INTF, to allow the churches, given the guidelines that they have stipulated, please do not hesitate to ask us. And again, Mr. Speaker, let me thank Pastor Ruben Abante, the brother of the Honorable Benny Abante. Of course, the Honorable Benny Abante is better looking, but the Honorable Ruben, better looking than the Honorable Pastor Ruben. But Pastor Ruben was the one who headed the Lighthouse Bible Church, who again supported many families, poor families in Quezon City. Congratulations, Mr. Speaker, and please do not hesitate to ask for our support. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there's no more other to interpolate our Honorable Minority Leader Benny Abante, I move that we refer. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Edgar Mary Sarmiento to interpolate the Minority Leader. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Chairperson. of the Committee on Transportation, Representative Edgar Mary Sarmiento is recognized to interpolate the distinguished minority leader.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Will the distinguished minority leader yield to some question?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, yes, I accede to the request of my good friend, a very religious person, Congressman Egay Sarmiento.
I was listening to the privileged speech of the Honorable Minority Leader. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, faith is within amongst us, no matter what. During this pandemic, we look at the Almighty as one of those, as the last frontier of whatever is happening to this world. So, again, I am with the Minority Leader and sort of a manifestation. And the question as well, may I ask the distinguished Minority Leader, Mr. Speaker, how many churches do they have in the entire?
Well, our denomination, of which I'm the president, has around 6,000 churches all over the world. It might be that in the Philippines we have around 5,000.
And
From large churches to small churches.
And Mr. Speaker, does the distinguished Minority Leader knows as well how many Church of Christ do we have in the Philippines? If ever the Minority Leader knows about the number.
Yes, if we're going to really make account of all the evangelical churches, we have thousands, no? In fact, just all of the Baptist church combined together, including the Southern Baptist churches, including independent Baptist churches, siguro magna-number po yan ng more than 20,000 eh. Ang maliliit, may malalaki, merong mga church na that has, for example, my church has about 75,000 members. And then we have churches that has about 50 people or 20 people. But nonetheless, they are a church,
Mr. Speaker, the reason why I asked the number because there are 81 provinces in the country, 145 cities, and 1,470 municipalities. And mind you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, there are few, in fact, cases in rural areas where there's really the need right now of faith. And I'm hoping again that the IATF will consider opening up the Church of Christ for people again to worship. Really, the infection is concentrated in highly populated centers, and I'm hoping, Mr. Speaker, the distinguished Minority Leader, that this time IATF will grant services to be offered in the Churches of Christ. Because, again, as a repeat, this is the areas right now of infection is concentrated in highly dense areas, and there are different churches all throughout the Philippines doesn't have located in areas that doesn't have contagion at all. Will the distinguished Minority Leader acknowledge that there are also churches, a lot of churches where there is no infection at all?
Yes, we have a lot of them. In fact, in my church alone, with thousands, we don't have any infection at all. Wala po kami infection. In fact, in reality, yung 3 barangay, kung saan nandun po yung church namin, andun yung mga members namin, walang ni isa na positive case.
Kasi, Mr. Speaker, ako'y nababalitaan ko rin ng iba talagang gusto na po magsimba. At ito mga simbahan ay nasa lugar na wala talaga, zero po talaga ang COVID case nila. Kaya sana paintulutan na po, Mr. Speaker, kagaya na sinasabi ng distinguished Minority Leader, na sana ikonsidera na po ng lugar na kung saan wala talagang infection ang COVID. Really, following strict minimum health standard of the Department of Health, much more the physical distancing, may maskara naman, may guidance, lahat ang ginagawa lahat. No? Sana man paintulutan na ang pagbukas ng mga simbahan. Yun na po, Mr. Speaker. Salamat po sa pagkakataon, distinguished minority leader. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Senior Deputy Minority Leader, Honorable Janet Garin of the 1st District of Iloilo for her manifestation. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Senior Deputy Minority Leader from Iloilo Province is recognized for her manifestation.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am actually rising on a matter of personal and collective privilege, but prior to that, parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker, has the privileged speech of our Honorable Minority Leader been properly referred to the appropriate committee?
Majority Leader? Majority Leader? The lady from Iloilo Province will not interpolate or will not make any manifestation, but rather she's asking for a question, she's asking for personal or question privilege. So we must first finish Minority Leader Benny Abante on his privilege hour.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The Majority Leader still has the floor. The Distinguished Minority Leader still has the floor. And we will let him finish his interpellation with the Honorable...
No more, no more.
No more? He still has the floor, Mr. Speaker.
So Majority Leader, referral.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I move we refer the privilege speech and the ensuing interpellation of the Honorable Minority Leader to the Committee on Rules for its proper referral. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Referred to Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move we recognize the Honorable Sharon Garin. Janet Garin, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before I recognize the Honorable Deputy Minority Leader, earlier she told us that she is rising for personal and collective privilege. But still, we are under
privilege hour.
The privilege hour. So, will you
Mr. Speaker,
take
if
your
I may-
privilege under the privilege hour or after the closing of privilege hour? Because we have only 20 minutes remaining for our privilege hour.
Mr. Speaker, the distinguished Deputy Minority Leader has indicated that she will use her speech under the privilege hour, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, we recognize now that Deputy Minority Leader, the lady from Iloilo Province, Honorable former Secretary Janet Garin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished colleagues, and my appreciation to the Committee on Rules for your indulgence. Distinguished colleagues, I take this opportunity to speak not only as a member of this august body, but as a doctor. I wish to put forward a bill proposing the creation, as aptly titled, an act providing for the protection and advancing the welfare of medical frontliners in the Philippines, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes. Palagi po natin nakikita, naririnig at nababalitaan. When we were in the process, Mr. Speaker, of approving the Bayanihan Law, foremost in our minds were the health workers and the frontliners, some of whom died, others infected, and their families affected. Paulit-ulit po natin sinasabi that we care for our frontliners, but those words should be transmitted into actions. Nakakalungkot po nung marinig natin na tila yung mga sumakabilang buhay ay hindi pa natatanggap yung kanilang benepisyo. Yun namang nagpositibo, hindi rin nabigyan ng kanilang kinapinakailangang ayuda. Ang sinagot po ay wala pang IRR. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, nung ibinigay nila ang kanilang buhay para tulungan ang buong sambayan ng Pilipinas, hindi po sila nag-atubiling tumulong. Hindi po sila naghintay ng mandato o nung ano-anong mga department order, or kung ano-anong mga memoranda. Sana po, ibigyan naman natin sila. Let us give them a sincere and honest attention, not only by words, but most especially by action. Because action speaks louder than words. Sa gitna ng crisis, di po mabibila ang pagkakataong binansagan natin sila mga bayani na binubuo ng ating mga doctors, nurse, medical technologists, yung ating mga pathologists, laboratory specialists, at lahat po ng ating medical frontliners. Base sa datos ng Philippine Health System Review noong 2017, mayroon tayong 186,000 healthcare workers sa bansa. Binubuo po ito ng mahigit 90,000 nurses, 43,000 midwives, 40,000 doctors, at 13,000 medical technologists. 61% of the nurses, 91% of the midwives, and 53% of the medtechs are employed by the public sector. The remaining is employed by the private sector. Not only are they putting their lives at risk, they are not as highly paid as those working in government. Hindi po biro ang naging mga sakripisyo nila sa panahong ito. Bukod sa sila po mismo ang nakikipagbakbakan sa di nakikitang kalaban na virus, dahil na rin mismo sa tawag ng tungkulin at mahigpit na pangangailangang protektahan ang sarili at ang mga mahal nila sa buhay, marami po sa ating mga frontliners ang nawalay sa kani-kanilang mga pamilya. Pero sa kabila ng di matatawarang ambag at sakripisyo ng ating mga frontliners, tila yata nakakalimutan nating pasalamatan sila at bigyan ng kahit papaano'y kaunting formal na pagkilala. Ang masakit pa, gaya ng nakita natin sa social media, may mga kasama tayo sa gobyerno na nagawa pang insultuhin ang ating mga frontliners. I leave it up to you, Mr. Speaker, and our distinguished colleagues to look up the various statements of doctors and medical groups on what I pertain to. Our medical frontliners are facing an enormous and unprecedented workload in this COVID-19 pandemic. They are underprotected and overworked. Despite this situation, they are moving forward to halt the spread of the virus. Now I ask, is it not just right that we move forward to protect them? As a public servant and as a former Secretary of Health, I have always advocated for the rights and welfare of our doctors and nurses, especially those in the career and government service, including those in the private sector. And while the step forward may be a very long leap in actuality, which means government must invest heavily in healthcare infrastructure, medical professional training, development and research, and state support for those who are literally in harm's way every time they must combat and address a menace such as COVID-19, we can start somewhere. I thus humbly implore that due consideration be given to the bill I filed this morning. Among the salient points I propose are such: incentives and benefits shall be provided to our medical frontliners. First, in times of a pandemic or a public health emergency, frontline health workers shall be entitled to a one-time allowance of 5,000 pesos at the start of the public health emergency. Second, free mandatory continuing professional development program equivalent to 2 CPD units for frontline health workers to enhance and upgrade the competencies and qualifications of frontline health workers in times of a pandemic or a public health emergency. Free annual influenza and pneumococcal vaccination and other vaccines for health workers. Free annual influenza vaccination for the qualified dependents of health workers. Napaka-importante po na bakunahan natin ang ating mga frontliners at ang kanilang mga pamilya. Provided also that upon the availability of new vaccines and breakthrough drugs, priority access shall be given to the frontline health workers and their immediate family. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, just now I received the good news from our Deputy Majority Leader, Mikey Arroyo, that said bill has already been referred. As an act of solidarity and support to our present heroes, it is necessary to advance their welfare by instituting a policy that will safeguard them and their families. They deserve the highest form of protection that the government can provide for them. This is the least that we could do. Sa panahon ng COVID, makailang ulit pong na-question ng sambayanan ng ating mga prioridad bilang mga nasa katungkulan. May mga panukalang tila yata ay di tugma sa panahon na paspasan nating nabigyan ng atensyon. Dagdag pa rito, gutom at
suspended.
uhaw ng ating mga mamamayan. I-close ko na ba?
Sessions resume. Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sa datos po ng World Health Organization, ang Pilipinas ang may pinakamataas na COVID-19 infection rate ng frontliners. 2.3% lang ito sa ating mga karatig na bansa. Ngunit ang Pilipinas ay may tumataginting na 16% infection rate among our healthcare workers. Lahat ng ito, paniwala ko po, maaalala ng sambayanan pagdating ng tamang panahon. Ang sa akin lang po, Mr. Speaker, hindi pa dapat lang ipakita nating lahat na hindi pa mahalaan ang kalaban. Sa halip, ang gobyerno ang siyang kaagapay at tagasalo ng bigat ng panahon ng pagsubok. Sa pagpasa sa panukalang nilalatag natin, ito mismo ang hangarin nating itulak, ang ipakita na narito tayo para sa Pilipino. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I trust your judgment and wisdom, and thus ask that we hasten the discussions and passage of this proposed measure. This is our own little way of saying thank you, so to speak, to the men and women who have continued to rise up to the challenge. Their work and dedication have made it possible for all of us and our loved ones to have a chance to live a safe and healthier tomorrow. We owe them this. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer to the Committee on Rules, the speech.
Majority Leader, could you kindly refer it to the ad hoc committee on COVID-19?
Mr. Speaker, okay, the Rules Committee adheres to your judgment, Mr. Speaker. Actually, it has already been referred to the committee, Mr. Speaker. So maybe we just note of the sentiments of the Honorable Garin.
Refer to the Defeat COVID-19 Committee.
Yes.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move we suspend the privilege hour. So move.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider on second reading House Bill number 6930, and may I request the SecGen to read the said title of the bill. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair is none. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of House Bill 6930 under Committee Report 357 for consideration on second reading.
House Bill number 6930, an act requiring parents to plant 2 trees for every child born to them and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of this House bill is on the period of sponsorship and debate. So I now move that we recognize the Honorable Mark Go, representing the Lone District of Baguio City. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? Representative Mark Go, the chairperson of the Committee on Higher and Technical Education, is recognized to sponsor House Bill 6930.
Wala si Marco. Okay. Sige na. Ito-taste ng... Ikaw na muna. Ako na. Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader.
it appears that what we are having technical difficulties in getting in touch with the Honorable Mark Go. I move that the Honorable Taduran will just be recognized to sponsor the said measure. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Representative from ACT-CIS Party List, Honorable Nina Taduran, is recognized to sponsor in lieu of Honorable Mark Go of House Bill 6930 under Committee Report 357 for consideration and second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of committee amendments.
Any objection? The chair is none. Committee amendment is open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend.
Hindi mo pa clinose si sponsorship. Yun mo. I-correct mo.
Session suspended.
Mr. Speaker, having no interpreters, I close the period of sponsorship and debate. Hindi, kailangan ko sabihin.
Rani? Okay na.
Tapos, babalik ko close daw.
Whatever you open, you close. Before you go to the next step, whatever you open, you have to close. Okay na. It's okay. You just didn't say it.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? Hearing none, the period of sponsorship and debate is closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of committee amendments.
Any objection? The chair is none. The period of committee amendments is open. Majority Leader.
There being no committee amendments, Mr. Speaker, I move that we close the period of committee amendments.
Any objection? The chair is none. The period of committee amendments is closed. Majority Leader.
I move that we open the period of individual amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? Hearing none, the period of individual amendment is open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we close the period of individual amendments.
Any objection? Hearing none, the period of individual amendment is closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to vote on second reading House Bill number 6930.
As many as in favor on House Bill 6930 for second reading, please say aye. Those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 6930 under Committee Report 357 is now approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider the parliamentary status of the House Bill 6931 and directed the Secretary General to read the title of the bill. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of House Bill 6931 under Committee Report 358 for consideration on second reading.
House Bill 6931, an act requiring all graduating senior high school and college students to plant 2 trees each as a civic duty for environment protection and preservation and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Christine Singson Mihan to sponsor the bill. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Representative from Ilocos Sur, Honorable Christian Singson Mihan is recognized to sponsor House Bill 6931. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move we open the period of interpellation and debates. So move, Mr.
Any objection? The chair is none. The period of interpellation and debate is open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no more members of the House who wish to interpellate, I move we close the period of interpellation and debates.
Any objection? The chair is none. The period of interpellation and debate is closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of committee amendments.
Any objection? The chair is none. The period of committee amendment is now open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to close the period of committee amendments. So move, Mr.
Any
Speaker.
objection? The chair is none. The period of committee amendment is now closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee amendments, I move to open the period of individual amendments.
The period of individual amendments is now open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to close the period of individual amendments.
Any objection? The chair is none. The period of individual amendments is now closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to vote in the second reading House Bill number 6931. So move, Mr. Speaker.
As many as in favor on House Bill 6931 on second reading, please say aye.
Aye.
Those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 6931 under Committee Report 358 is now approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Anong bill? Nasaan yung bill? Okay. Oh, nasaan siya? Nasaan siya? Anong... Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
Yung anong bill number? Hindi ko mahanap.
Oh, pesa na. Wala na kami dyan.
Oh. Nasaan siya?
Wala mo. Ministerial lang.
Session resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill 6815 and request the Secretary General to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of the measure and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 6815, an act establishing an economic stimulus strategy for the country's growth and development in the aftermath of COVID-19 and providing funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 6815. Abante. Abaya. Abellanosa. Abu. Abueg Saldivar. Abunda. Acop. Acosta. Acosta Alba. Adyong. Advincula. Agabas. Agaraw. Aglipay. Aguinaldo. Albano. Almario. Alonte. Alvarez Franz. Alvarez Genaro. Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Andaya, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Bañas Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barsaga, Baskug, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan,
Yes.
Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biazon, Bilyones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, my vote is no, and I would like to explain my vote later.
Please proceed.
Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Kabochan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Kanama, Kawagdan, Kari, Castelo, Castro Franz.
Ginoong Speaker, ang boto po ng kinatawang ito ay no at gusto ko pong magpaliwanag ng aking boto sa takdang panahon.
Okay, please proceed.
Castro Fredenil, Cayetano Alan Peter, Cayetano Maria Laarni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Ko Angelica, Ko Elizaldi, Coangco, Coliantes, Crisologo, Cua, Quaresma, Cueva, Kulyamat, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Datol, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Deloso Montalia, Dimaporo Abdullah, Dimaporo Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael, D. Ian Paul, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudy Cesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go Ed, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Gico, Gulyas, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Haloshos, Javier, Jimenez, Co Elisa, Co Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lazatin, Liachon, Legarda, Lim, Lim Kay Chong, Lopez, Loyola, Lusotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Mangudadatu, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Naganyo, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan, Nolasco, Nunez Malaniaon, Oaminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ortega, Uano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radaza, Ramirez Sato, Ramos, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Yeda, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sangkopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Saveliano, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, C. Alvarado.
Mr. Speaker. Honorable Sutay.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, my vote is yes.
Noted. Proceed.
Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alaysa, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherny, Tejada, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Chutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva Eduardo, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikurat, Zarate, Zubiri.
The result of the nominal voting on House Bill 6815, affirmative 216, negative 7, abstention 0. House Bill 6815 is now approved on third and final reading. Secretary General, please call the members who would like to explain their votes.
The Honorable Abante.
Mr. Speaker, thank you sa mga kasama ko sa Kongreso. Palagay ko itong measure House Bill 6815 is a very important measure, Mr. Speaker. Maaaring meron mga infirmities, pero ang concern po natin dito ay ang ating mga kababayan na naapektuhan ang kanilang kabuhayan sa pandemic na ito. the COVID-19 pandemic has claimed lives and destroyed livelihoods all over the world. Sa Estados Unidos lamang, Mr. Speaker, 32 million ang nawalan ng trabaho. Maaaring sa Pilipinas ay mayroon na tayo mga 5 million, baka hindi pa kasama ang mga OFWs na dumarating pa at dumarating. More than 300,000 of them. The Philippines is no exception. This public health crisis has claimed thousands of Filipino lives and threatens the livelihood of millions of our countrymen, not just here, but those working abroad and are now coming home. Ito pong 1.3 billion na nakalagay po sa measure na ito will be spread out, palagay ko, sa loob ng 4 na taon. Buhay at kabuhayan po ang apektado ng pandemya na ito. On this matter, all of us, whether from the majority and minority, and I would like to laud and compliment one of our minority Congresswoman Stella Kimbo for working on this bill. All of us can agree, kailangan po ng taong bayan ng tulong ng gobyerno. Ang akin pong concern dito, Mr. Speaker, mga kasama ko, ay ang mga micro, small, and medium industries. Na kung hindi natin ito bibigyan ng ayuda, ng loans, o makakahiram po ng pera o ng subsidy, magsasara po ang karamihan ng mga negosyong ito. At mawawala ng trabaho ang libo-libo natin mga kababayan. So, on this matter, to allow our nation to heal as one, we in Congress can vote as one. Which is why, Mr. Speaker, I choose to vote in favor of House Bill 6815. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minority Leader Abante.
The Honorable Brosas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Gabriela Women's Party envisions a stimulus package that places a premium on reversing the decades-old impacts on neoliberal policies, which have thrown us into this kind of vulnerability and economic disarray amid the COVID-19 pandemic. Unfortunately, this stimulus bill actually reinforces the same old economic principles which have hobbled local industrial growth and agricultural development, and that which made our public health system critically impaired under the private sector's hands. Bagamat positibo ang economic relief programs gaya ng wage subsidies, kapos ito at nagbibigay din ng batayan para sa legalized retrenchment at pagpapababa ng sahod. Nalilimitahan pa rin ang stimulus bill na ito ng lumang pagdidiin sa infrastruktura bilang pagpapagana ng ekonomiya. Sa ilalim ng 650 billion enhanced BBB, patuloy na isusulong ang pagkapit sa infraconstruction para makalikha umano ng trabaho. Kahit pa, bigo naman talaga ang build na maresolba ang disempleyo sa ilalim ng halos 4 na taon ng Administrasyong Duterte. Bakit natin pinipilit ang pumalya na at bakit infrastruktura pa rin ang gayong higit na kailangan ang paglinang ng lokal na produksyon ng pagkain at manupaktura sa harap ng pandemya? Ang katakataka pa rito, isiningit sa enhanced BBB ang pagtatayo ng mga pasilidad ng pulis at militar bilang bahagi umano ng stimulus program. Kulang pa ba ang mga checkpoints at barracks para bastusin at takutin ang mamamayan? O baka naman para ito sa konstruksyon ng mas maraming kulungan dahil kapag pinirmahan ang anti-terror bill, milyon-milyong Pilipinong humihingi ng tulong sa gobyerno ang makukulong. Hindi pa nasapatan ng AFP at PNP sa kanilang taunang budget at tila gusto pang mabahaginan dito sa stimulus program. Bagamat may inilalaan itong pondo para sa umano'y COVID-19 mass testing, Higit pa rito ang maaring health intervention na pwedeng gawin ng gobyerno. Kailangang repasuhin ang balangkas ng serbisyong kalusugan na hindi nakaasa sa bulsa ng mamamayan. Higit na kailangang palakasin ang public health system at nangangahulugan ito ng pagtataas ng kapasidad ng ating mga pampublikong ospital at pagbibigay ng sapat na pondo para sa disease surveillance. Mr. Speaker, artificial at panandalian lamang ang maaaring idulot na ginhawa ng stimulus program na ito dahil hindi naman ito nilulutas ang mga batayang suliranin kaugnay ng food insecurity, pag-asa sa agricultural imports, pagsandig sa remittances, pagsasapribado ng serbisyong kalusugan, kawalan ng lokal na batayang industriya, at regresibong pagbubuwis. Mahinang pain reliever lang ito kung tutuusin. Epekto saglit, pero balik pa rin sa papatinding pagdurusa at kahirapan ang milyon-milyong kababaihan at mamamayan. Kailangan natin ng isang stimulus bill na hindi lang basta na lang itatapon ang mga mamamayan sa probinsya, kundi magtitiyak din ng sapat na trabaho at pagkain sa kanayunan. At magagawa lamang ito sa pamamagitan ng tunay na reforma sa lupa at sapat na suporta sa agrikultura. Kailangan natin ng sustainableng pambansang industriya na magpoproseso ng pagkain, gamot, medical supplies at enerhiya. Simple ang mga solusyon at higit na kailangang pag-isipan ang mga ito ngayon. Let us make this pandemic a portal to genuine national development, not a neoliberal straitjacket that will continue to restrain our potential as a nation. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Brosas.
The Honorable Castro Franz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ang kinatawang pong ito ay bumoto ng no sa 6815, House Bill 6815. Bagamat may mga positibong probisyon ang batas na ito, gaya ng mass testing, ayuda sa mga piling mga sektor ng ating ekonomiya. Ngunit sa kabuuan, Mr. Speaker, ang panukala ay naglalaman ng mga neoliberal na mga polisiya. Una po, ang batas na ito ay magbibigay ng otorisasyon sa gobyerno para mag-realign, mag-reallocate ng pondo na hindi naman savings ng isang ahensya at kapangyarihang mangutang para ma-implement ito dahil hindi naman alam kung saan kukuhanin ang pondo. Ikalawa, Mr. Speaker, sa halip na mas malaking pondo ang ilaan sa mga MSMEs, napansin po ng kinatawang ito na mas malaking pondo po ang inilalaan para sa mga korporasyon, may kapital, foreign investors. Samantalang ang ayuda para sa mga marginalized na sektor gaya ng mga manggagawa at mga magsasaka ay napaka-minimal. Sa sektor po ng edukasyon, bagamat may mga subsidiya para sa ating mga private school, suporta ng gobyerno para sa ating mga maliliit na private school. Pero walang makukuhang subsidiya ang estudyante kapag ang pamilya niya ay parte rin ng listahan ng DSWD. Ngunit ang subsidy ay para naman sa tuition na hindi pang-araw-araw na gastos. Ang Balik Probinsya Program, wage subsidies at iba pang mga grants sa batas na ito ay mga band-aid solutions lamang ng gobyerno para sa ilang buwan na ayuda sa kabuhayan, pero hindi ito tinutugunan ang matagalang impact ng COVID-19 pandemic tulad ng kawalan ng trabaho at kabuhayan. At ang panghuli po, Mr. Speaker, maliban po dun sa may panukalang batas na CURE, mayroon din po itong Build program na nangangahulugan muli ng dagdag na lump sum port na 650 billion sa loob ng 3 taon. So sa mga ganitong kadahilanan, Mr. Speaker, kaya po ang kinatawang ito ay bumoboto ng no sa House Bill 6815.
Thank you, Honorable Castro.
The Honorable Kulyamat.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Ang kinatawang ito ay bumoto ng no sa panukalang batas 6815. Sa tingin po ng kinatawang ito, na bagamat may ilang positibong aspito ng panukala, sa kabuuan ito ay economic stimulus para ibalik tayo sa old normal, sa dating kagawin ng mga estratehiyang pang-ekonomiyang neoliberal na nagdala sa atin ng kasalukuyang krisis. Hindi maisama sa prioridad ng panukalang batas na sa halos para sa ang daan tungo sa ekonomiyang nakabatay na matibay na pundasyon sa kultura tungo sa pambansang industrialisasyon, isang ekonomiya lipunang nagsasarili at tunay na nagsisilbing sa kapakanan ng mamamayang Pilipino. Kaya no ang boto ng tinatawag ito sa panukalang batas na 8615. Salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kulyamat.
The Honorable Elago.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker. Ang kinatawan po na ito ay bumoto ng no sa Arise Bill. Hindi po dahil hindi natin gusto na magkaroon ng agaran na pondo na kabuang package para sa economic stimulus, kundi tayo po ay naninindigan na kailangan natin ng recovery, hindi pagbalik doon sa dating sistema ng ekonomiya na nagbibigay ng pabor sa malalaking negosyo at mga dayuhang kumpanya, kundi ang isang recovery at tungo sa pagbibigay ng trabaho at suporta sa mga Philippine industries upang suportahan ang mga industriya sa pambansa na nagbibigay ng trabaho, gumagamit ng ating mga likas na yaman kung saan ang nakikinabang ay ang mga Pilipino. Ang malawakan na po na kontraktualisasyon at diskriminasyon na nararanasan ng mga manggagawa, marami ay mga low income, nagtatrabaho ng irregular o kaya naman ay wala security of tenure, ay lalong nasadlak sa mas mahirap na sitwasyon ngayon dahil sa epekto ng COVID-19 pandemic. Kaya nga naman, maaari pa po sanang i-expand pa natin ang coverage ng mga wage subsidies at ng enhanced tupad upang mas marami pang mga pamilya na apektado ng krisis ang makikinabang rito. Bukod po dyan, kinakailangan na ang stimulus package ay susuporta at magbibigay ng garantiya ng subsidiya para sa ating mga micro, small at medium enterprises. Sa ilalim po ng naturang bill, no? Bagamat may mga provision na nagsasabing meron tayong preference at priority na binibigay sa MSMEs, ngunit kung susumahin ang percentage na mapupunta lamang dito, ay napakaliit po kumpara sa ibibigay na pondo para sa bailout ng mga large at foreign corporations. Ganun din, ang Ginoong Speaker, ang kinatawan po na ito ay nagpanukala ng mga amyenda para sa edukasyon. Wini-welcome po natin ang itanggap ng mga offers ng pagsasama ng constructions ng matagal ng kinakailangan ng mga clinics at mga health service facilities sa ating mga eskwelahan. Ngunit ang pinakamalaki at pinakamalakas po na panawagan ngayon ng mga estudyante ay ang pagkakaroon ng refund ng mga unused o unutilized school fees, no, sa nakaraan na academic term. Ang mangyayari sa ilalim ng Arise Bill, Ginoong Speaker, tayo po ay maglalaan ng 42 billion pesos na diretsong mapupunta sa mga private schools. Ito po ay mapapakinabangan ng mga teachers at education support personnel. Ngunit, hindi po ba natin titignan rin at itutulak ang pagkakaroon naman ng review at adjustment sa tuition and other school fees ng mga eskwelahan. At ang pagtitiyak na meron ding direkta na assistance sa mga estudyante. Habang tayo ay nagbibigay po ng 42 billion na bailout para sa mga private schools, nitong nakaraang buwan ay dumanas ng kaltas pondo na nasa 43 billion ang sektor ng edukasyon mula sa Department of Education, sa CHED at sa mga state universities and colleges. Habang ang public education system, ang government agencies po natin na may kinalaman sa edukasyon ay nakaranas ng budget cut. Meron namang napakalaki na pondo na nakalaan para sa mga pribadong schools. Kailangan din po nating silipin. No? May mga eskwelahan pong mga malalaki na mga for-profit na mga universities. Kaya kinakailangan na paghigpitan pa po natin ang mga palisiya upang wag ang payagan, ang profiteering, ang pagkita mula sa edukasyon, lalong-lalo na sa ilalim ng pandemic. Mr. Speaker, higit pa na kinakailangan natin itong bigyan ng atensyon dahil mismo pong ang administrators ng mga private schools ang nagpahayag na halos 2 milyon po ang maaaring hindi na makatuloy sa pag-enroll sa upcoming year. Tayo po ay nababahala. Paano naman yung mga pag-graduate na ng mga estudyante? Saan po sila maaring magpunta para sa mga dagdag na mga financial assistance at assurance na hindi magiging hadlang ang kawalan ng pambayad, hindi magiging hadlang ang mga sirkumstansya na dulot ng COVID-19 upang sila ay masuportahan natin sa kanilang pagpapatuloy ng pag-aaral. Mr. Speaker, I still reserve to submit my right to submit my full explanation on the Arise Bill. That would be all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Ligo. Majority.
The Honorable Gaite.
Salamat, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes ang boto. Sana ng kinatawang ito. Ngunit pagkatapos timbangin, malinaw na ito ay kulang. Tunay ang masidhing pangangailangan ng interbensyon mula sa gobyerno upang muling buhayin o i-jumpstart ang ating naghihikahos na ekonomiya mula sa matinding pagkadaustos. Kaugnay nito, nararapat lamang na mag-abot ng tulong ang pamahalaan sa forma ng subsidyo at interest-free loans sa ating micro, small, and medium enterprises, lalo't halos 70% ng mga empresa sa bansa ay maliliit na negosyo. Sila rin ang nag-empleo sa mahigit 60% ng mga manggagawa sa buong Pilipinas. At sa unang pagbasa, ang alang batas na ito, tila maganda ang hangarin at maganda rin ang binubukas na oportunidad upang makabangon ang mga maliliit na negosyo mula sa pagkalugi dulot ng lockdown. Ngunit, hindi maitatago ng naturang House Bill 615 ang vulnerabilidad ng pondong nakalaan sa subsidy para higupin ng mga malalaking negosyo na tinukoy nitong quote-unquote critically impacted businesses o yung mga malubhang naapektuhan ng pandemya. Halimbawa na lamang, kahasa nito binabanggit ang mga negosyong may kaugnayan sa transportasyon at turismo tulad ng mga airlines, samantalang hindi man lang kinilala ang maliliit na operator at super ng tricycle, bus, TNDS, at iba pang public utility vehicles na kung tutusin ay mas lalong nangangailangan. Nakakabahala rin na walang pagtatangi sa mga negosyo kung malaki man ito o maliit, lokal man ito o dayuhan. Lahat pinahintulutang kumuha ng pera sa kaban ng bayan basta't sumusuporta ito sa mga programa ng gobyerno tulad ng Build program. Makailang ulit din binanggit ng ating mga sponsors ng bill na ito na layunin sa panukala ang job retention o panatilihin sa trabaho ang mga empleyado sa pamamagitan ng mga incentives at wage subsidies para sa mga kumpanya. Ngunit, tahasan din itong binibigyan luwag ang mga abusadong kumpanya na magtanggal ng mga manggagawa nito sa iba't ibang kadahilanan o yung tinatawag nating mga loopholes. Sa kabilang banda, mainam na ibigay nitong suporta sa displaced overseas Filipino workers na naglalayong itawid ang nasabing mga manggagawa sa loob ng 2 buwan hanggang makahanap ito ng maayos na hanap buhay. Ngunit hindi rin malinaw sa House Bill 6815 kung ang trabaho bang nais itong ibigay sa mga OFWs ay sa loob o sa labas ng bansa. Para sa kanito tinatawag ito, panahon na upang lumikha tayo ng trabahong nakabubuhay dito sa ating bansa at hindi umasa sa overseas employment upang sa gayon ay hindi na kailangan umalis ang mga manggagawa sa Pilipinas para na magtrabaho para buhayin ang kanilang mga pamilya. Halos kalahati ng podong hinihiling ng panukalang batas na ito ay mapupunta lamang sa Build na centerpiece project ng Duterte administration. Lilikha raw ito ng libu-libong trabaho. Ngunit, anong klaseng trabaho? Sa halip na palakasin natin ang ating mga lokal na industriya, suportahan ang sektor ng agrikultura at lumikha ng trabaho sa loob ng bansa na may nakabubuhay na sahod, pinilit pa rin pinipihit ng panukalang batas na ito na ibalik ang ating ekonomiya sa business as usual nitong moda na siyang mismong dahilan kung bakit ngayon tayo'y nasa ganitong masiping kalagayan. Isa sa pinakamalaking pagkakamali ng organisasyon sa kanyang pagtugon sa krisis sa ekonomiya dulot ng COVID-19 ay ang maling paglagay ng mga lumang pundasyon ng ating ekonomiya ang magsasalba sa atin mula sa krisis na ito. Tunay ngang sa normal na ating tinatanaw, hindi na uubra ang dating pagsandik sa overseas remittances, sa foreign direct investments, sa infrastructure spending, at sa pag-angkat ng mga imported na produkto, kapalit ang karapatan sa kabuhayan ng mga lokal at maliliit na producer. Ulitin ko, kami ay sumasang-ayon na kailangan ng economic stimulus sa forma ng interbensyon mula sa pamahalaan. Ngunit ito dapat ay nakabalangkas sa tunay na pagbabagong panlipunan na nakabatay sa pambansang industrialisasyon at tunay na reforma agraryo. Mr. Speaker, maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Honorable Gaite.
The Honorable Deputy Speaker Hernandez. The Honorable Lagman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I voted yes to House Bill number 6915, which includes many of my proposals contained in House Bill number 6693 entitled An Act Appropriating the Amount of 1 trillion pesos for the continued emergency assistance and economic stimulus package for COVID-19 response. And my amendments, which were accepted by the sponsoring committee on the following. 1, definition of mass testing. 2, mandating the Overseas Workers Welfare Administration, OWA, to use its available funds to extend livelihood support to repatriated and displaced overseas Filipino workers, OFWs. And 3, penalty for corrupt practices in the utilization and or disbursement of funds appropriated in ARISE. However, Mr. Speaker, I have some reservations and concerns like the following. 1, absence of an appropriation to continue the Social Amelioration Program or SAP of the Department of Social Welfare and Development on a Sustainable Livelihood Program, Livelihood Assistance Grants, or SLP-LAG for 20% of the 17,900,000 targeted beneficiaries for this app in the amount of 54 billion, and B, additional funding for those who were left out in the SAP for the marginalized households for a period of 2 months in the amount of 74 billion. 2, absence of separate and direct appropriations for assistance to affected middle-income employees in the form of wage subsidy. 3, absence of subsidy for the online learning program of the Department of Education in the amount of 20 billion. And 4, provision empowering the President to realign appropriated funds in contravention of the Supreme Court decision in Arroyo versus Aquino, GR number 209287, July 1, 2014, which outlaws the realignment, reallocation, discontinuance, and or impounding of specifically budgeted programs and projects in order to collate forced and to transfer the generated funds to other expenditure outlays in violation of Section 25, Paragraph 5 of Article 6 of the Constitution. Paraphrasing the decision in Arroyo, a noble purpose cannot be achieved by circumventing the fundamental law. In lieu of this provision, I propose the creation of a contingent fund of 25 billion to cover any funding deficiency. Consistent with the undertaking of the sponsors, I hope the above concerns will be addressed by the bicameral conference committee. I reiterate, Mr. Speaker, my affirmative vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Lagman.
The Honorable Sarate.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker. Bumuboto ng no ang kinatawan na ito sa ARISE dahil layunin ng panukalang batas na ito ay hindi economic stimulus patungo sa better normal. Bagkus ito ay economic stimulus pabalik sa old bad normal. Bigo ang economic stimulus bill na ito sa pagkilala na ang pang-ekonomikong kalagayan ng ating bansa, bago pa man magkaroon ng krisis sa pandemya ng COVID at ang mag-iimplementa ng lockdown, ay malala na ang krisis na kinakaharap ng ating bansa. Naging reaksyon lamang ito sa pandemya at hindi nakatanaw sa hinaharap. Makikita sa ating kasaysayan na ang mga neoliberal na mga patakaran na ilang dekada na ang pinapatupad ng mga nagdaan at kasalukuyang administrasyon at ng mga economic managers natin ay dahilan kung bakit walang pundasyon ng ating ekonomiya. Sa Administrasyong Duterte, nariyan ang train law na nagpahirap sa ating mga kababayan, samantalang pinapagaan ang buwis ng mga mayayaman at mga malalaking korporasyon. Nariyan ang Rice Liberalization Law na pumapatay sa ating industriya ng agrikultura at pumapatay sa ating mga magsasaka sa palay. At may mga panukala na dagdag buwis naman sa mga mahihirap at mga consumer. Mula noong nagpatupad ng globalization noong 1980s, patuloy na bumabagsak ang ating production industry. Lumalagpak ang ating industriya ng agrikultura mula sa 40.4% patungong 8.1% na kontribusyon sa ating gross domestic product. Ang manufacturing industry naman ay nananatiling mababa. Sa makatwid, Mr. Speaker, bago pa man magkaroon ng COVID-19, ay 3 taon nang nakakaranas ng economic slowdown ang ating bansa, kahit pinapump-prime ito sa pamamagitan ng maambisyosong programang Build, Build, Build. Dapat kilalanin ang realidad na ito na pinapabilis lamang ng COVID-19 pandemic ang pagbagsak ng ating ekonomiya. Ang kinakailangang economic stimulus bill ng Pilipinas ay dapat nakadugtong sa long-term development plan ng ating pamahalaan patungo sa tinatawag na better tomorrow or better normal. Better tomorrow na nakaugat sa pagpapatupad ng genuine agrarian reform at sa isang pambansang industrialisasyon. Better normal na kumikilala sa karapatan ng mga manggagawa para sa nakabubuhay na sahod at benepisyo. Better tomorrow na hindi itinutulak ang ating mga kababayang mangibang bansa muli dahil sa kawalan ng sapat at disenteng trabaho, samantalang tayo ay naghahabol ng mga dayuhang mga kumpanya at mga namumuhunan. Ang economic stimulus ng Pilipinas ay dapat siyang maging tungtungan patungo sa pagpanday ng ating internal drivers of growth, hindi nakaasa sa mga panlabas na salik. Minulat na tayo ng COVID-19 na hindi nga neoliberal na patakaran ang sagot para umunlad ang ating bansa. Binibigyan tayo ng pagkakataon ng pandemyang ito na itama ang mga maling pamamalakad ng Estado at ireforma ang ating maling development framework ng ating bansa. Kaya, Ginoong Speaker, bagamat mayroong mga positibong probisyon ang sinusulong na panukalang batas at bagamat mayroong mga susog o amenda mula sa kinatawang ito at mula sa Makabayan Bloc na tinanggap, bumuboto pa rin ng no ang kinatawang ito dahil naniniwala kami sa Bayan Muna at ang Makabayan Bloc na ang nararapat na economic stimulus na ipinapanukala natin ay dapat magsilbing tungtungan patungo sa isang better na kinabukasan sa ating bansa at sa ating mga kababayan at hindi ang isang pagbabalik sa lumang kalakaran. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Speaker.
Thank you, Congressman Zarate.
The Honorable Deputy Speaker Hernandez.
Mr. Speaker, can you hear me? Mr. Speaker, can you hear me? Can I proceed, Mr. Speaker?
Go ahead, Deputy Speaker Hernandez.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to manifest my full support to the House Bill number 6815, otherwise known as the Accelerated Recovery and Investment Stimulus for the Economy. I fully recognize the magnitude of the economic effects of the prolonged period of uncertainty and unrest caused by the lockdown by reason of the health crisis that is COVID-19. With recession seemingly unfolding right before our eyes, we as the people's policymakers are tasked to mitigate the damages of this paralyzation of the economy and to address the challenges of looking beyond the pandemic and picking up the pieces after more than 2 months of community quarantine. The RISE bill, which is geared towards assisting the Filipinos in their livelihood, aims to facilitate the country's emergence from this economic adversity. The said bill proposes for different types of economic intervention. Transitional intervention shall be immediately implemented to mitigate the permanent damage by COVID-19 crisis to the economy and maintain employment levels of corresponding sector, which shall be immediate and limited to a specific period, including wage subsidies to non-essential businesses, freelancers, self-employed, and repatriated OFWs. Financial interventions shall be in the form of loans intended to accelerate recovery and improve economic performance. Sectoral interventions are intended for micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises, tourism, transport, and other critically impacted businesses. Structural intervention aims to reinforce resilience of the economy in the event of future crisis or recession. Apart from this economic intervention, socio-economic policy measures such as the Balik Probinsya, Bagong Pag-asa program, reference to the local suppliers and contractors in trade, among others, are also in this bill. I firmly believe the said measures shall encourage our businesses, communities, and individuals to rise up, knowing fully well that they have the support and assistance of their government. We at the House of Representatives shall, consistent with the state policy, perform our duty to protect the Filipino families and jobs, assist workers and business entities facing hardship due to COVID-19, and preserve the country's trajectory to economic prosperity. We shall continually work together with other government agencies to achieve this goal. To the Filipino nation, allow us, your representatives in Congress, to have you look into the future with positivity in the midst of this pandemic. Maraming salamat po at magandang gabi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker Hernandez.
The Honorable Garin Janet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Palagi po nating naririnig nung itong ating pinag-uusapan ng Arise Bill. We always refer to it as a recovery bill, as an economic stimulus bill. Napakaraming pangalan ang naibigay natin dito. Subalit, the real intention of this bill is the survival of our country, the survival of our people. Unang-una po, sa panukalang batas na ito, andun po yung provision ng tupad, which the DOLE, the Department of Labor and Employment, has so aptly implemented. Sa ibang mga bagay, baka maliit ang pananaw nila sa tupad program. But in many, and among many Filipino families, this program has actually been their lifeline, their umbilical cord that attaches them and coins them with day-to-day survival. Much as many people look at this as an economic stimulus bill, as a medical doctor, I would look at it as a pandemic survival bill. Bakit po? In a pandemic, we just don't talk about health. Because while health is health, economy and health cannot be separated. Kapag bagsak ang ekonomiya, bagsak din ang kalusugan. Kapag bagsak ang kalusugan, bagsak din ang ekonomiya. Hindi po natin pwedeng paghiwalayin ito. We cannot say that we are addressing the pandemic, but we are not acting on economic stimulus bill. Trabaho para bawat sa pamilyang Pilipino. Bakit? If we talk about our daily lives, people who are working do not only pay for nutritious food in every table. They pay for the maintenance medication of their parents, of their families, and even of their friends who need it. Kung wala po tayong pera para sa maintenance medications, hindi naman po ito tinutugunan ng PhilHealth. Hindi naman po ito binibigay ng Department of Health. Hindi naman po pwede na bawat pangangailangan natin, isasandal natin sa gobyerno. This bill calls for the survival of every Filipino family who would like to work while at the same time receiving help from our government. Sa laban na ito, immunity po ang dapat na armas natin, hindi baril. Resistensya ang kailangan at dapat ng bawat pamilyang Pilipino. And resistance and immunity lies on good nutrition. And nutrition actually relies heavily sa trabaho at sa ayuda. Transitional, financial, even structural interventions are all key to survival. Health and our economy is clearly directly related. Now more than ever, our people needs our government. We cannot just say that the Special Amelioration Program is enough. We cannot just say that we are going to survive this pandemic in words. We cannot just say that we will allow our people to lose their jobs, small businesses folding up. We cannot allow our people not to survive simply because we failed to help small businesses recover. We cannot rely on dole-outs. We need interventions, subsidies that are not one-time, but that actually cushion the losses and allow businesses to survive. When we invest in our economy, we invest on our people. We invest on our future. We invest on a working population whose efforts will actually redound to a better nutrition, better health care within the communities, better provision of public health needs. And all of this relies on how we are going to act, how we are going to help our businesses recover, how we are going to help our people at the time that they most need us. To this, Mr. Speaker, I vote for a resounding yes to the Rice Bill. Yes to the Filipino people. Yes to spending government resources wisely. Yes to a permanent, endearing, substantial, answerable solution to this pandemic. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Honorable Garin. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to transmit to the Senate House Bill 6815. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? I hear none, then the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for consideration House Bill 6864 and request the Secretary General to please read the title of the bill.
The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of the measure.
House Bill number 6864, an act establishing policies, regulations, and public health safeguards for the better normal in the workplace, public places, and communities towards a sustainable recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of the said bill is that it's on the period of amendments. Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of individual amendments.
Is there any objection? I hear none, then the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the sponsor of the said bill from the Lone District of Antique, D.S. Loren Legarda.
The Honorable Deputy Speaker, Loren Regalda, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Sarah Jane Ilago from the Kabataan Party List for individual amendments.
The Honorable Sarah Jane Ilago is hereby recognized. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, since we cannot contact the Honorable Sarah Jane Ilago, I move to recognize the Honorable Franz Castro from ACT Teachers Party List for her individual amendments.
The Honorable Franz Castro is recognized. Majority Leader.
I move to suspend, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended.
Mr. Speaker. I'm ready, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I'm awaiting the individual amendments, Mr. Speaker. This is the sponsor
Lauren Legarda. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to let you know that I'm here online. I hope I'm heard clearly, loud and clear. Thank you, Mr.
Yes, Deputy Speaker. Noted. Session resume.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Franz Castro of the ACT Teachers Party List. For
The Honorable
her
Franz
individual
Castro is hereby recognized.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. As an introduction to my amendments, individual amendments, enforcement measures should not be punitive, especially since we are protecting the health of citizens. Any violation should be responded to with actions that will protect the persons concerned and not expose her or him to greater risk of infection. Kung walang mask, edi bigyan ng mask. Kung magkakalapit, edi paghiwa-hiwalayin. Hindi ilalagay sa sitwasyon at proseso kung saan dadami ang contact sa maraming tao. As stated by the ILO, UN, and other bodies, punitive and authoritarian measures are the least likely to inspire compliance and therefore will do harm than good. Second, such measures, as we have been in the past months, give fertile ground for abuses of the authority by the police, military, official, or whatever agent of the states. For my first amendments, DS, in Section 11, Prohibited Acts, the deletion of line 7, page 35. Letter A, failure to wear mask while in public or in workplace.
The proposed amendment of Your Honor to delete the failure to wear mask while in public spaces among the prohibited acts. Is that it, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, the gist or the substance of the bill among the many environmental and health standards is to provide the necessary new norm or better normal protocols such as the wearing of face masks, Mr. President. And so mandatory wearing of face masks, which we discussed in previous days, cannot be deleted, in as much as I would like to give way to Your Honor's amendments.
Okay, thank you, DS. For its penalty, for example, there is 1,000 penalty or community community service. Can we remove there the 1,000 penalty instead, DS? We find we put community service or warning.
You are correct. I agree with you, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Community service is very well accepted.
Thank you, DS. Number 2, also in Section 11, Prohibited Acts, insertion in lines 8 and 9, page 35, after the word act and before the semicolon, except in subsections 1 and 3. In such cases, the subject gathering shall either be ordered ceased with the maximum tolerance possible under the existing laws. If such gathering is impossible, pursuant to the universal and mandatory safety or be given the better normal permit, if the same is possible.
Yes, Mr. President, I heartily accept, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry I keep on saying Mr. President. I can't shake off the habit since the Senate. Okay, I meant Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't. understand the answer?
I accept, Mr. President.
Thank you, thank you, DS. In section 11, insertions in line 12 and 13, pages 35, after the word pandemic and before the semicolon, we put, quote, provided that no penalty or discrimination in whatever form shall result against any student, teacher, or member of the faculty for lack of capability to hold or attend online classes or comply with flexible learning options.
I accept, Mr. President. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, DS Lauren. That's all for my individual amendments.
Thank you very much to our colleague, Congresswoman Franz Castro of the ACT Teachers Party List for your enlightened and wizened recommendations, which were accepted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the majority joins the sponsor in accepting the amendments. I move to adopt the amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Noted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Sarah Jane Elago from Kabataan Party List for her individual amendments.
The Honorable Sarah Jane Elago is hereby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Greetings of good health, peace, and solidarity. Following this youth representation's most recent weekly consultation among constituents on the Better Normal Bill, held on the 1st of June, I submit the following individual amendments for the consideration of the Honorable Sponsor, Distinguished Deputy Speaker. Starting from page 13, Section D, Better Normal for Schools and Education Institutions. First, on line 10, insert after the word institutions and before the punctuation of semicolon, prioritizing health, well-being, and safety of the education community.
Yes, we accept. Mr. Speaker.
Second, Mr. Speaker, on line 14, insert after the word ground and before the word without the phrase and leave no one behind.
This is page 15, line 20. Is that correct, Mr. Speaker? Ensuring accessibility and inclusivity.
Page 13, line 14.
After the word ground, before the word without, is that the amendment?
Yes, yes.
Subject to style, leave no one behind. I agree with you, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps it could be worded ensuring accessibility and inclusivity, subject to style, but with the same gist.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. Third, I move to amend on line 24, replace the word or with punctuation of comma and add word or after the word equipment and insert, and I quote, other circumstances brought by the COVID-19 pandemic.
We accept. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
On page 14, line 5, add the proviso, provided furthermore that universal promotion shall be considered wherever possible, and students' levels of learning following school closures shall be assessed to inform remedial efforts. End of quote. Mr. Speaker.
Is this on the same page, 915, Mr. Speaker, after the semicolon? From your amendment?
It's on the next page, Madam Sponsor. Page 14, line 5.
Are we referring to the June 3 version, Mr.? Because what I have, Mr. Speaker, from Kong Elago, is going to say in page line 15. Provided further universal promotion shall be considered wherever possible, ensuing lives of learning following schools. Closure shall be assessed to inform remedial efforts. If that is what Your Honor refers to, then
Thank you. Right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We welcome this good news that the universal promotion will now be considered
I'm
wherever
sorry.
possible.
Can I just clarify? Is this the universal promotion online?
Yes, yes, Mr. Speaker. And the assessment of students' levels of learning to inform and strengthen remedial efforts.
Mr. Speaker, may I just put on the record here, the shed view, and I quote Chair De Vera, this violates academic freedom of higher education institutions to determine the grading system in the respective universities. The exercise of academic freedom is a constitutional provision, Section 5.2 of the 1987 Constitution. And the DepEd sent this regarding this, they are against mass promotion. Schools still have a way to compute the grades of students based on available output. And while this representation, Mr. Speaker, fully understands where the good young lady is coming from, because of our consultation with the two institutions, we may not be able to accept this. However, I would suggest that in the implementing rules and regulations, which will come much later, and since there is no Senate version yet of this, it can likewise be proposed and considered based on consultation with the two institutions whom I consulted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope the young distinguished lady understands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May we ask the honorable sponsor to furnish this representation a copy of the explanation from DepEd and SHED with regard to universal promotion, and I hope that the distinguished sponsor can also request DepEd and SHED to give us their understanding or how they view what academic freedom is. Because Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor Deputy Speaker for this representation, and according to the Lima Declaration and the UNESCO Resolution on Academic Freedom, the definition of academic freedom is that it is a human right of special importance to the education sector. It is not the privilege of a small elite. The concept derives from the right to education and relates to the right to freedom of thought and freedom of opinion and expression. Autonomy is the institutional form of academic freedom and is a necessary precondition for higher education institutions to fulfill their proper functions. They must be protected from undue pressures from the state and business interest. Mr. Speaker, kung ang nagiging grading o ang nagiging decision po pagdating sa grading ay nakakabigat, nakakaapekto at nagiging dagdag pasanin lang po sa ating mga estudyante. Mukhang hindi po ito sang-ayon doon sa kahulugan ng academic freedom na ito po dapat ay magpoprotekta sa karapatan sa edukasyon at gayon din tutulungan ang mga estudyante na makapagpatuloy ng pag-aaral. Ito po ay resolbahin natin at ipapagpatuloy po natin ang mga dialogo at diskusyon upang lalo pa po natin mapag-usapan at maibahagi sa ating mga kapwa mambabatas ang posisyon ng paninindigan ng mga kabataan pagdating sa promotion sa panahon ng public health emergency. Now, let me go to our next individual amendment. Mr. Speaker,
naintindihan ko po ang ibig sabihin at nakikiisa po ako sa inyo, sa inyong mga adikain. I have asked my staff just now, just allow me to just finish my my text to them so that at the soonest possible time they can provide you with that. I understand that based on UNESCO, UNICEF, the World Bank, and the World Food Programme's framework for reopening schools that I published in April of this year, 2020, that is
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, Deputy Speaker. Next po, we would like to add this provision in Section D as well, Mr. Speaker. After number 8, number 9, a 3-year moratorium on tuition and other school fee increases shall be imposed starting academic year 2020 to 2021, provided that DepEd, CHED, and TESDA shall review its policy guidelines governing adjustment, refund, and transparency in the collection of tuition and other school fees following changes in learning modalities under a public health emergency. And after this, Mr. Speaker, another provision under the same section would be number 10, meaningful inclusion and effective participation of students and the whole learning community must be ensured in all aspects of pandemic response and recovery plan in education, provided that mechanisms to uphold autonomy of student councils or governments and support for uninterrupted operations of campus press shall be in place. That's my last amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Let me see. Again, the CHED said that if we agree, question was, will the government subsidize the private school operations for the next 3 years? There are, and the SUCs, insofar as they are concerned, they have a tuition moratorium under Republic Act 10931. The DepEd also notes that some private schools are concerned about the low turnout or enrollment rates, and teachers' pay will be affected. 70% of tuition payments go to the salaries of teachers. That's for the moratorium that Your Honor had suggested. In as much as I fully agree, again, for consultation regarding a tuition fee increase moratorium, those were the notes which will be part of the memoranda that will be furnished from CHED and DepEd. They say that there's need for more time to consult the private sector in this, so I'm not really saying no at this point, and this can be done in BICAM, in the IRR, or even in the Senate version when we can further enhance. That is the point of both institutions.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, what about the last additional provision under Section D pertaining to inclusion and participation of the learning community in pandemic
The student
response?
council. You're referring to the last one, the student councils. Yes. In fact, is that not already under present legislation? That there's a student region, student councils, but yes, we appreciate the meaningful inclusion and effective participation and the reiteration of the importance of the youth's role in the pandemic response.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker, distinguished sponsor, Deputy Speaker. Ipapagpatuloy po ng kabataan ng aktibong pakikilahok sa pagpapanday ng better normal hanggang sa mga susunod po na hakbang hanggang sa pagsasabatas ito. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat po sa Kabataan Party List sa pagpaganda ng ating panukalang batas. Thank you. I appreciate it, Kong Elato.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the majority joins the sponsor in accepting the individual amendments, and I move to adopt the said amendments. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Noted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize Assistant Majority Leader, the Honorable Precious Hipolito Castelo of the 2nd District of Quezon City for her individual amendments. So moves, Mr. Speaker.
The Assistant Majority Leader, Precious Hipolito, is hereby recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Majority Leader Nineta Duran. I will read the proposed amendments to the bill on Better Normal as proposed by Representative Euphemia Kulyamat of Bayan Muna Party List. On page 19, after line 21, insert new subsections 5 and 6, which shall be read as follows. Number 5, the expenditures of private, commercial, and industrial workplaces in compliance with the mandates of this Act shall not in any way be charged to the employees. There shall be no diminution of salaries, wages, benefits, and other remunerations guaranteed by the Labor Code and other relevant laws to employees by reason of employers' compliance with this Act. And number 6, the relevant provisions of the Labor Code notwithstanding, being late or being absent for work because of heavy traffic, unavailability of public transport, or of shuttle or transportation service due to reasons related to the implementation of this Act shall not be a cause for disciplinary action against or termination of the employees. Business establishments are hereby mandated to adopt a flexible work schedule in keeping with the practice of maintaining a minimum of 8-hour work per day or 48-hour work per week, which shall be incorporated in their management plans. So does the sponsor, the distinguished lady from the Lone District of Antique, Deputy Speaker Loren Legarda, accept these proposed amendments, Mr. Speaker?
We appreciate all the enlightened amendments from the beautiful young Congresswoman who just manifested it. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much to our distinguished lady from Antique, Deputy Speaker Loren Legarda. I shall continue with the next proposed amendment by Honorable Kulyamat. On page 42, lines 15 to 17, delete subsection A and insert a new subsection to be read as follows. For violation of Section 11A of this Act, a stern warning shall be issued for the first offense, and for succeeding offenses, a mandatory rendition of community service or performance of other productive tasks, example, or e.g., assist in information and dissemination campaigns to combat the pandemic. Does the Honorable, beautiful Deputy Speaker Loren Legarda accept this proposed amendment?
This last amendment, yes, on the penalty for failure to wear mask, yes. Subject to style, of course, yes.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker Legarda, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you to the hardworking, beautiful Congresswoman from Quezon City.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the majority joins the sponsor in accepting the individual amendments, and I move to adopt the said amendments.
Noted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize Honorable Edgar Chato of the 1st District of Bohol for his individual amendments. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Edgar Chato is hereby recognized.
Mr. Speaker, allow me first to express my thanks and appreciation to our distinguished sponsor for accommodating quite a number of amendments earlier, which now finds its way into the draft of the bill, which we are now considering for approval. And thank you also for this opportunity to accommodate some additional amendments. On page 3, between lines 8 to 9, we propose to insert the following paragraph. In adopting the whole of government and whole of society approach and recognizing the need for innovation and more forward-thinking systems and approaches, the state shall give priority to the needs of the underprivileged, sick, elderly, disabled, indigenous peoples, women, and children. I submit, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor.
Yes, of course, very good suggestion. We accept.
For number 2, on page 5, subsection C, we propose to delete the lines 9 to 11 and an omnibus motion to delete all references to better normal permit in other sections, subject to style, to remove the requirements of an issuance of better normal permit for public and privately organized gatherings. I submit, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor.
Thank you. The Congressman from the hall, yes, we accept, Mr. Speaker.
Number 3, proposed amendment on page 26, on line 21, between the words promote and insert the word permaculture. I submit, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor.
Yes, we accept.
And the 4th item on the same page, line 24, after the word distribution, insert the following, as well as ensuring the integrity of sufficient wild spaces nearby to preserve genetic stocks, to revitalize monocultural practices, and ensure water security. I submit, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor.
Yes, of course, that's a very good suggestion.
And one final recommendation for amendment on the title of the measure. After health, insert the words and environmental to emphasize the fact that this legislation also takes very careful attention to environmental concerns, including our concerns for climate change. And so the title will now read as follows: an act establishing public health and environmental standards and safeguards for the better normal in the workplace, public places, and communities towards a sustainable recovery from the coronavirus disease COVID-19 pandemic. I submit, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor.
Yes, very enlightened, wizened, it greens and blues the whole better normal measure. I appreciate on World Environment Day tomorrow that our distinguished congressman who knows local governance very well has initiated all these recommendations to further improve this important piece of legislation. We accept with gladness in our heart all the amendments of Congressman Ed Chat, classmate.
Thank you very much, classmate, and thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, who has been a very strong advocate on environment and a strong partner also in the Committee on Climate Change. Thank you and good evening to everyone.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the majority joins the sponsor in accepting the individual amendments, and I move to adopt the said amendments.
Is there an objection? I hear none that the motion is approved. The motion is adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize the Honorable Arlene Brosas of Gabriela Party List for her individual amendments. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Arlene Brosas hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Would the good sponsor be amenable to an additional proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Madam Sponsor, on page 8, line 5, item 8, remove D&D in agencies involved in contact tracing.
Let me just see. I don't have a copy of that. May I seek, what page, you're referring to the June 3 version? Is it page 12? Let me just clarify.
Patingin nga ako ng version. Hindi nakita.
Can you give me, I can't see the list. Can you give me just 1 minute suspension, Mr. President? Mr. Speaker, I'm looking at the list now.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend for a few minutes. Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended. Ha? Yan. Sandali lang ako. Yan ka? Majority Leader. Session resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we again recognize the Honorable Arlene Brosas for the continuation of her individual amendments. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Arlene Brosas is hereby recognized.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Sponsor, there's a correction. I think in the final version of House Bill number 6864, it's under the Section 6, Standards for Better Normal, A, Universal and Mandatory Health and Safety Measures, number 9, the DOH with assistance from LGUs, Department of Interior and Local Government, and Department of National Defense shall conduct tracing of individuals. Please remove Department of National Defense in the conduct tracing of individuals. Okay.
Can I be heard now, Mr. Speaker? Can I be heard now, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, please proceed. Deputy Speaker.
Sorry, I've been here. I was muted by the host. I've been pressing my unmute, and I thought that you did not want me to speak. Yes.
Please proceed, Deputy Speaker.
I can be heard now, thank you. And so, the proposed amendment of Your Honor, Congresswoman Brosas, is to remove the DND among agencies who should conduct contact tracing. Is that correct? Yes, Mr. Speaker. Can I be heard?
Yes.
Yes, please proceed, Madam Sponsor.
Yes. So we accept the amendment.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Thank you, Deputy Speaker Lauren Legarda. Maraming salamat po para sa pagtanggap ng additional proposed amendment namin. Thank you so much. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank
Majority
you.
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the majority joins the sponsor in accepting the individual amendments, and I move to adopt the said amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no individual amendments, I move to close the period of individual amendments. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Before that, Mr. Speaker, may I just clarify that all amendments that were accepted must be subjected to styling, of course. Thank you for that, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader, do you have any
Mr. Speaker, since there being no individual amendments, I move to close the period of individual amendments. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to vote on the second reading House Bill number 6864. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to approve for the second reading House Bill number 6864. Those who are in favor say aye. And those who are against say nay. The ayes have it. Sa House Bill number 6864 is now approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to resume the privileged hour. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. The privileged hour is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize the Honorable Romeo Momo of the CWS party list for his privileged speech. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Congressman Romeo Momo is recognized. Congressman Momo, you are recognized now po. Nakamute po ata kayo, Congressman Momo. Please proceed po.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Do you hear me, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Congressman. Yeah, please proceed po.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I speak here before you now, Mr. Speaker, my dear honorable colleagues, on behalf of the nearly 4.25 million Filipino construction workers and their respective families who are barely surviving the lockdown. Also on the important concern of the big, medium, and small contractors, and in general the Filipino construction industry, vis-a-vis the government efforts and critical actions geared towards a whole-of-a-nation approach to restart and build back better for the economy, for the nation, and for the Filipino people. The construction sector, like each and every ordinary Filipino citizen, is suffering and experiencing the difficult times brought by this COVID-19 pandemic. The most recent data of the Philippines Statistics Authority provides that the construction industry has workforce of 4.25 million, or about 10% of the Filipino workforce. Luzon accounts for 57% of the total workforce in the country, with 13% at the National Capital Region. Extrapolating on the said data, the Philippine Contractors Association stated that there are about 2.4 million construction workers in Luzon, and in NCR, about 550,000 construction workers. Using the data points from the Philippine Construction Industry Roadmap 2020 to 2030, that puts 53% of the construction workers as unskilled, some 1.3 million construction workers in Luzon, and around 293,000 of them in NCR are most probably displaced and stranded due to lockdown and work stoppages. Napakahirap po ng kalagayan namin dito. Malayo at nag-alala sa pamilya, kami pa mismo ay walang makain at pinakamasakit po, wala kaming may paladalang sustento para sa kanila sa probinsya dahil no work, no pay kami dito. This line of Mr. Erwin Gianan, who together with 8 other stranded construction workers in Marikina City, all from the province of Catanduanes, is the common plague CWS frontliners often heard during our rounds as we endeavor in our little way to give the stranded, displaced, neglected construction workers sustenance during these trying times. It bears remembering that during the early days of the ECQ, and even when NCR and Laguna are under ECQ, several news reports come out about the construction workers being abandoned or neglected by their employers and left stranded in the construction site, not only without pay, but also without food and other basic necessities. One would think that as the days progress, our government might have gained a better handle of the situation and ramp up its assistance and social amelioration programs. As a result, we would hear fewer and fewer instances of distress and construction workers. However, reports still reach us, either through personal sharing of such stories with our frontliners out there in the construction sites, through mail, or through the CW social media accounts of many stranded construction workers and their daily ordeal during the lockdown. We have heard of the plight of 14 construction workers in an elementary school in Bulacan being demanded by the school principal to leave the construction site where they have stayed throughout most of the lockdown. Doon na po sila inabutan ng lockdown. Wala na nga silang makain, nanganganib pang walang matutuluyan habang may COVID-19 pandemic. What is disconcerting, Mr. Speaker, Your Honors, is that this concern in Marikina and in Bulacan doesn't appear to be isolated incidents. We have heard of a case of a senior citizen construction worker in Lubao, Pampanga, who wished he was strong enough to walk back to be with his family in Quezon City. The 28 construction workers in a site in Binondo were left to fend for themselves. In fact, 5 of these workers took the risk and decided to walk home to their families in the province. The 270 construction workers marooned in a subdivision construction site in Mabalacat, Pampanga, again left by their employers or subcontractors to fend for themselves. The construction workers asking for alms along Rojas Boulevard in Parañaque City so that they may have something to fill their empty stomachs. The construction workers stranded in Cabinet Hills, Teachers Camp, Baguio City, begging for relief goods in order to survive. And the list of stranded construction workers all over the country with similar poignant plight goes on, Mr. Speaker, Your Honors. Even though stranded workers are covered by the Special Amelioration Program of the ESWD, clearly some fall through the cracks and remain unassisted. Again, because of the direness of the situation, many of the stranded construction workers are forced to beg or use social media to call for donations and relief goods. The fact that many of them hail from other provinces and are not voters and residents of the areas of their construction site somehow robs them of the eligibility to receive monetary assistance, precisely because the LGUs have no allocated budget for them. Worst, we receive reports of employers not choosing to register their construction workers under the DOLE's COVID-19 Adjustment Measures Program, or CAMP. Government is ready to help, but in some cases, the assistance they have prepared does not reach the intended beneficiaries because of the negligence of some employers. In the new normal, we hope that there comes some form of reckoning for these people. In the meantime, we appeal to the ESWD and DOLE, as well as to the concerned LGUs. Please heed to the plight of our construction workers. We from the Construction Workers Solidarity are more than willing to collaborate with all of you in these matters. In fact, we submitted to DOLE a list of more than 18,000 stranded and displaced construction workers for the agency's appropriate action. Thus, to arrest the distressing situation like that of Mr. Erwin Gianan and all the stranded, neglected, abandoned, and distressed workers, not only construction workers, this representation have filed a bill, House Bill 6813, making it mandatory during times of calamities and pandemics necessitating a lockdown or community quarantine for local government units to account all stranded and displaced workers in the respective areas of responsibility and submit its complete list to the DOLE and the ESWD for the latter's immediate assistance and appropriate action. The current situation of our stranded workers calls for the stark application of the Magsaysay Grassroots Credo, and I quote, "Those who have less in life should have more in law," unquote. Hence this bill, Mr. Speaker, Your Honors. On the other hand, Mr. Speaker, Your Honors, I'd like to commend the unnamed and unsung heroes of these trying times, the various helpless individuals, the local leaders from the barangays to municipalities or cities to provinces, na kahit hindi na ninyo botante ang mga stranded construction workers sa inyong mga lugar, Subalit dahil sila man ay Pilipino rin, sila man ay nagugutom din, sila man ay nangangailangan din ng pagkalinga, ay inyo silang inasikaso at binigyan ng tulong. To all the responsible contractors, that no matter how big or small you are, despite the fact that you yourselves are also bleeding from this pandemic, yet you neither falter nor waver from aiding and assisting your men out there in the construction site. The numerous socio-civic groups, various fraternities and brotherhood of men who, under the fatherhood of God, perform their humanitarian and charitable duties to assist the distress. Hindi po nakocover ng media ang ginawa at ginagawa ninyo. Pero ang simpleng pag-aabot ng nilagang itlog at tinapay ng mga noodles, bigas o sardinas ay napakalaking bagay at siyang dahilan kung bakit nakatatawid ang ating mga construction workers sa panahon ng paghihikahos. To all the government workers, the indefatigable men and women of the lead agencies, Department of Public Works and Highways, DOLE, DSWD, DOH, and DILG, DOTR, PNP, Armed Forces of the Philippines, PCG, maraming salamat po sa inyong serbisyo sa mga construction workers at sa inang bayan. After ECQ, MCQ, now most places are under GCQ, and the national discussion is shifting towards the so-called new normal. On this new normal, several proposals are already being discussed in various venues. Here in the House of Representatives, the Speaker himself and several of our colleagues have filed the new normal for the Workplace and Public Spaces Act of 2020, which establishes basic guidelines and protocols aimed at protecting the vulnerable from COVID-19 while allowing the rest of the population to get back to work. We also have House Bill 6709, or the COVID-19 and Employment Reduction Economic Stimulus Act of 2020, appropriating necessary funding to serve as a stimulus in economic recovery, focusing on health and infrastructure projects aimed at making infrastructure spending beneficial to the continuous progress and development. Further, we have House Bill 6815, Accelerated Recovery and Intervention Stimulus for the Economy of the Philippines, allotting 1.3 trillion for businesses and workers to avail in their effort to start again. Meanwhile, our colleagues in the Senate have also filed their share of measures on various post-lockdown issues, from the lengthening of the school calendar to institutionalizing penalties for breaching social distancing protocols, all touching on how our society should operate post-lockdown. On the other hand, the National Economic Development Authority, as the lead of the IATF, Technical Working Group on Anticipatory and Forward Planning, just recently came out with its paper entitled We Recover as One, with the following specific objectives. Number one, to reduce uncertainty by making information available to answer some of the pressing questions of the various stakeholders. Number two, to recommend programs and strategies to mitigate the losses experienced by consumers and businessmen. And number three, to recommend policies and programs to adopt a new normal state of economic activities. All of these proposals and more aim to provide some certainty and clarity on what our society will look like, how it will operate, and how our economy will be restarted while we continue battling the COVID-19 virus. Indeed, only time will tell what this new normal will actually be like. But it is clear in our minds that if the country were to survive and bounce back, the government and private sector alike should be prepared to provide all the support it can give to those greatly affected by this pandemic. And in delineating the ins and outs of new normal, it is even clearer in our minds that among those who are adversely affected and whose plight must be seriously considered if we are to bounce back better are the so-called backbone of the Philippine infrastructure programs, the nearly 4.5 million Filipino construction workers together with their respective families. Infrastructure being the backbone of every economy, and infrastructure's backbone being the construction workers, It is high time that the government give priority in helping the infrastructure sector recover. To borrow the words of Secretary Vince Dizon, public infrastructure is the single most powerful tool governments everywhere can employ in restarting the economy after the devastation wrought by the pandemic. And with many other industries, the ECQ has taken its toll on the construction sector. A recent report from Fitch Solutions found that because of the reduction in building projects, the construction industry will expand in 2020 by 3.6% year on year, as compared to previous projection of 5.8%. Indeed, the construction sector grew by 10.9% in 2019 and has consistently served as one of the biggest contributors to the country's economic expansion in recent years. As clearly provided in the explanatory note of House Bill 6709, and if I may borrow, Philippine economy was poised for a 6.5 to 7% growth in 2020, riding on the back of sustained government spending across all sectors and propelled by President Rodrigo Roa Duterte's Build flagship program. However, with the nearly 2 months-long suspension of major businesses activities and work in erstwhile ongoing public infrastructure projects, not to mention the deferral of new private and public construction works, experts now project a contraction of the national economy at a 0 to 1.5% growth rate for 2020. In fact, according to the paper released by the Interagency Task Force Technical Working Group for Anticipatory and Forward Planning, entitled Recover as One, the estimated foregone revenues of the construction sector amounts to 24.3 billion in NCR, 8.2 billion for the rest of Luzon, 3 billion for Visayas, and 2.5 billion for Mindanao, or a total of 37.9 billion estimated foregone revenue in this sector. Even if we are already in GCQ, some analysts have said that it will take some time before our industry recovers. Not only will it be difficult for our workers to actually get back to work, given that some of them were able to return to their families in the provinces, it will also be difficult to get our raw materials and inputs, especially if these are imported, considering that the pandemic has already disrupted global supply chains. This is why in the discussion on the government's economic stimulus package post-lockdown, we hope that the construction industry will not be left behind. In line with the desire of helping the construction industry recover, here are some of the suggestions by various stakeholders for consideration of all concerned. Number one, resumption of all construction works subject to health and safety protocols. Ensure funding for the construction and enhancement of logistics, road infrastructures, and other big-ticket projects such as road and transport projects under the Build program, wholesale food terminal trading centers, warehouses, cold storage, mobile storage, cold chains, and refrigeration facilities. Number three, update and intensify training programs in various disciplines to improve skills of all construction workers. Number four, there are reportedly 30,000 contractors in the country, but only half are PCAB licensed. Considering that 15,160 PCAB licensed contractors, 88% belong to small and medium enterprise, with PCAB ratings of B, C, D, and E. Trade assistance to them is eagerly sought. Having a zero cash flow during the lockdown, it will be very challenging for these contractors to be resilient and ride out the crisis, which may result in the loss of job opportunities, among others. Hence, we recommend government implementing agencies must be directed, sans any undue delay, to release payment due to contractors. Number 2, interest on bank loans may be reduced, debt restructuring may be considered, and due dates of payables may be extended. 3, government implementing agencies must consider issuing guidelines to allow contractors to cover or recover costs in maintaining the job site, as well as for remobilization, and allowing variation orders on COVID-19 related costs. Clearly, the ECQ or lockdown can be considered as extraordinary circumstance and fortuitous events under Republic Act 9184. We are deeply grateful that the IETF listened to the clamor of the proponents of this industry and has allowed private construction workers to resume even in MECQ areas and now on GCQ. Indeed, we are prepared to work on quarantine and isolation facilities, the bunkhouse and temporary sleeping quarters of our construction workers who will perform emergency works, flood control and other disaster risk reduction and rehabilitation programs on sewerage and water service facilities and our digital infrastructure. We are also thankful that the administration has reaffirmed its commitment to infrastructure development. The COVID-19 virus may have caused huge disruption, but we are glad it hasn't affected the government's drive to build, and build. Though many of our construction workers are raring to get back to work, we intend to work with the government so that every construction site that has reopened is compliant with the safety guidelines and protocols set by DPWH, DOLE, and DOH. We understand the risk involved with the resumption of works and are united with administration efforts to prevent any resurgence or second wave of infections, especially among other frontliners, the construction workers. Allow me to emphasize, however, Mr. Speaker, Your Honors, that making the transition from lockdown to the new normal is easier said than done. For instance, under DPWH Department Order Number 39, workers need to undergo 14-day quarantine period or be tested by any FDA-approved COVID-19 test before they can be deployed. For the 14-day mandatory quarantine, it is not clear who will shoulder the cost of wage or salary of the worker. But as regards to COVID-19 test, DOLE Labor Advisory Number 18, Series of 2020, guidelines on the cost of COVID-19 prevention and control measures dated May 16, 2020, pertinently provides under Section 2, employers shall shoulder the cost of COVID-19 prevention and control measures, such as, but not limited to the following: testing, disinfection facilities, hand sanitizers, personal protective equipment, PPEs, face masks, face shields, signages, proper orientation and training of workers, including IEC materials on COVID-19 prevention and control. In the case of contracts for construction projects, the cost of COVID-19 prevention and control measures shall be borne by the principals or client of the construction. Obviously, only workers who tested negative will be allowed. These workers will have to be housed in a barracks throughout the entire project duration. These barracks need to have segregated facilities and should be compliant with the demands of social distancing. Contractors are mandated to provide their personnel and workers adequate food, safe, potable drinking water, disinfectants, hand soap, continuous supply of vitamins, particularly vitamin C, and other over-the-counter medicines, quarantine facilities, disinfection facilities, and oxygen tanks for emergency purposes. Contractors will also need to provide the initial transportation for the workers to get to the site. Once deployed, safe distancing will need to be maintained at all times. There should be daily disinfection as errands outside the construction site should be minimized. All on-site employees should be provided PPEs, face masks, face shields, and safety officers should be on hand to check compliance. All deliveries and disposal operations should be handled by a team separate from the workers actually working on the site. And all personnel returning from the outside must undergo mandatory quarantine. All these added steps and considerations have significant cost implication, which contractors and construction firms did not account for when they broke the first ground in their work site. Hence, even though the go signal to resume our construction activities had been given, not all firms would be financially ready or capable to do so. Records of DPWH will show that there are 9,878 project components amounting to 195.8 billion for fiscal year 2020, and 25,216 project components amounting to 340.57 billion for fiscal year 2019. In this total number of bid out and ongoing projects, additional and significant cost implication brought by COVID-19 pandemic was not considered. In other words, additional expenses caused by the compliance from the government-mandated issuances would entail considerable financial burden on the already cash-drought contractors, especially those considered SMEs. Very late non-compliance or failure to comply may result in the mutual termination of the contract, which in effect result in the loss of job of our construction workers, not to mention the delay in the accomplishment of the much-needed infrastructure project. Of course, nobody said that the transition into the new normal would be easy or would come without sacrifice. But on this point, Mr. Speaker, Your Honors, we wish to make an appeal to the government that if it is indeed committed to restarting the country's infrastructure build-up, it should provide some immediate assistance to the construction industry, especially those firms already with ongoing projects. For sure, some of our stakeholders would need support in testing their workers, showing symptoms of the virus, purchasing PPEs and vitamin C, and doing daily disinfection. Perhaps DPWH can be given the authority to allocate some of its funds towards helping the industry make the transition. A supplemental budget could even be enacted to this end. To digress a bit on the use of COVID-19 rapid test kit, with due respect, making asymptomatic construction workers undergo this test and making it as prerequisite prior to deployment to us is just a waste of money. I would rather go with the 14-day mandatory quarantine, except that within the said 2 weeks period, salary of the workers must not be borne by the contractor alone. In the news report of Jubik Yi of the Philippine Daily Inquirer last May 22, 7 medical societies, the Philippine Medical Association, the Philippine Society of Microbiology and Infectious Diseases, among others, reiterated their recommendation that the best buy for companies is to practice the 14-day test in allowing their employees to go back to work. Indeed, for an FDA-approved test kit costing $1,500 more or less, a contractor with, say, 300 construction workers and his staff will have to spend a whopping $450,000 for a single mass testing of his or her employees. Dr. Asa Alejandria, the president of PSMID, was quoted in the news report saying the test will perform poorly among asymptomatics, the virus belonging to the same family of coronavirus as the common colds. Your result may be false positive since you have antibodies against the common cold. Thus, instead of asking the employers, the contractors, to spend for a testing kit,
Congressman Momo, please wind up.
Workers who have no symptoms of COVID-19 virus, it would rather be wise, efficient, and economical to just mandate the 14-day quarantine period. In sum, the construction sector is not asking for special treatment. It is only seeking the basic support that is needed for it to accomplish what is being asked of it, to help restart the economy and build up what is needed in the new normal. In closing, Mr. Speaker, let me emphasize that our general call is for the construction workers to also be viewed as frontliners in this pandemic, where healthcare workers are focused on nursing people back to health. Our construction workers are similarly prepared to nurse our economy back to health. Hence, in the same way that we throw our support behind our nurses and doctors, we do hope the same can be done for our construction workers. Maraming salamat po. Mabuhay ang manggagawang Pilipino, mabuhay ang construction workers. Thank you po.
Thank you, former USEC of Public Works. I fully understand your situation, and I heard that the same sentiments for the CSW, for the CWS. Congressman Momo. So, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the privileged speech of the Honorable Romeo Momo to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action. So move, Mr. Speaker.
So, Congressman Momo, we will refer your speech to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we close the privileged hour. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. The privileged hour be closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider bills under the calendar of business for Thursday and Friday. Pursuant to our rules, Mr. Speaker, allow me to put forth an omnibus motion for the consideration of the following. House Bill number 6900 under Committee Report number 345. House Bill number 6928 under Committee Report number 355. House Bill number 6929 under Committee Report number 356. House Bill number 3738 under Committee Report 359. House Bill number 6939 under Committee Report 360. House Bill number 6940 under Committee Report number 361. House Bill number 6941 under Committee Report number 362. House Bill number 6942 under Committee Report number 363. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider the respective explanatory notes as the sponsorship of the said measures.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate on the said local bills, I move that we terminate the period of interpellation.
Is there any objection? The period of interpellation be closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments and approve the committee amendments, if any, as contained in the respective committee reports of the aforementioned bills.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
There being no individual amendments, Mr. Speaker, I move that we terminate the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. The period of amendment is closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading the following House bills: 6900, 6928, 6929, 3738, 6939, 6940, 6941, and 6942 respectively. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to approve for second reading House Bill number 6900, House Bill number 6928, House Bill number 6929, House Bill number 3738, House Bill number 6939, House Bill number 6940, House Bill number 6941, and House Bill number 6942. Those who are in favor, please say aye. And those who are against say nay. So the ayes have it. The various House bills I read approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now proceed with the additional reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title and resolution of the bills. The title. Secretary General.
Additional reference of business, bills on first reading, House Bill number 6957, an act granting RUP Broadcasting Network, OPC, a franchise to construct, operate, and maintain stations for radio in Legazpi City, Albay, and in other areas in the Philippines where frequencies are still available for radio broadcasting, for educational and cultural, as well as for commercial purposes, by Representative Garbin.
Committee. To the Committee on Legislative Franchises. Secretary General, please proceed.
House Bill number 6958, an act providing protection to individuals engaged in the food and grocery delivery services, by Representative Garbin.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill number 6959, an act to upgrade the salary scales of levels of public dentists, providing funds therefore and for other purposes, by Representative Reyes.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Resolutions. House Resolution number 952, resolution urging the House of Representatives through the Committee on Transportation to conduct an investigation in aid of legislation into the banning of the operation of public utility jeepneys under the General Community Quarantine and the apparent jeepney phase-out scheme under the LTFRB Memorandum Circular number 2020-17, affecting the mobility and transport of thousands of workers and commuters, by Representatives Gaite, Zarate, and Kulyamat.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution number 953, entitled Resolution Directing the House Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability to conduct an immediate investigation in aid of legislation into the recent unexplainable surge in power rates and to further avert escalation in transmission rates, as it may be indicative of failures in regulatory oversight of the power industry, particularly the transmission sector, in order to ease the burden of electricity consumers resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic, by Representatives Fernandez, Villafuerte, Yap Eric, Tolentino, Bautista, and Tan Alaysa.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution number 954, resolution expressing the sincerest appreciation and profound gratitude of the House of Representatives to United States Agency for International Development, USAID, for its continued support and commitment to the Filipino people, by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand and Romualdez Yeda.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee Report. Report of the Committee on Basic Education and Culture, the Committee on Youth and Sports Development, and the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill number 6961.
To the Committee on Rules.
Additional reference of business, bills on first reading, House Bill number 6960, an act institutionalizing by installment payment scheme on basic utility bills during the state of calamity involving public health emergency with implemented enhanced community quarantine and for other purposes to be known as the Utility Bills Moratorium Law, by Representative Nograles 1.
To the Defeat COVID-19 Ad hoc Committee.
House Bill number 6962, an act reorganizing the National Council on Disability Affairs into the National Commission on Disability Affairs, defining its powers and functions, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes, by Representative Arroyo.
To the Special Committee on Persons with Disabilities.
House Bill number 6963, an act renationalizing the Ignacio Lacson Arroyo Senior Memorial District Hospital located in the municipality of Isabela, Negros Occidental, placing under the direct control, management, and supervision of the Department of Health, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes, by Representative Arroyo.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill number 6964, an act providing for the Basic Education Distance Learning Program and mandating all TV networks to provide the Department of Education airtime for airing distance learning TV classes by Representative Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill 6589 and request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
The Secretary General is now directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill Number 6589, an act further amending the jurisdiction of metropolitan trial courts, municipal trial courts in cities, municipal trial courts, and municipal circuit trial courts, amending for the purpose BP 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill Number 6589 for third reading. Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abueg Saldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adyong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez France, Alvarez Genaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Andaya, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Omentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Banyas Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barsaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biazon, Billones, Biron, Bulilia, Bondoc, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulut, Bustos, Kabatbat, Cabochan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Kawagdan, Cari, Castelo, Castro Franz, Castro Fredenil, Cayetano Alan Peter, Cayetano Maria Laarni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalaw, Ko Angelica, Ko Elizaldi, Coangco, Colliantes, Crisologo, Cua, Quaresma, Cueva, Culyamat, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Datol, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, Del Mar, De Los Santos, De Loso Montalia, Dimaporo Abdullah, Dimaporo Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael, D. Ian Paul, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudy Cesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go Ed, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gulyas, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Haloshos, Javier, Jimenez, Ko Elisa, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lazatin, Liachon, Legarda, Lim, Lim Kay Chong, Lopez, Loyola, Lusotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Mangudadatu, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Naganyo, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan, Nolasco, Nunez Malaniaon, Oaminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ortega, Uano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radaza, Ramirez-Sato, Ramos, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Yeda, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sangkopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulub, Savellano, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, C. Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alaysa, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherny, Tejada, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Tutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva Eduardo, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikurat, Zarate Zubiri.
With 238 affirmative, 0 negative, 0 abstention, House Bill number 6589 is now approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill 6895 and direct the Secretary General to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
The Secretary General will read the title of the House Bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 6895, an act amending Section 3 of Republic Act number 7797, otherwise known as an act to lengthen the school calendar from 200 days to not more than 220 class days. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill number 6895. Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu Exaldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adyong, Advincula, Agabas, Agarao, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Senaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Andaya, Angara, Aragones, Arbizon, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Bañas Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biazon, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondoc, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Kabochan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Cawagdan, Cari, Castelo, Castro Franz, Casa Ferdinil, Cayetano Alan Peter, Cayetano Maria Laarni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizaldi, Coanco, Collantes, Crisologo, Cuba, Quaresma, Cueva, Colyamat, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Datol, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, Del Mar, De Los Santos, De Loso Montalia, Dimaporo Abdullah, Dimaporo Khalid, Doavit, Dohali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael, Di Ian, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudis Caesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go Ed, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzalez Aurelio, Gonzalez Neptali, Gonzalez Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gullias, Guya, Aresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hoffer, Halosos, Javier, Jimenez, Co Elisa, Co Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lazatin, Leachon, Legarda, Lim, Limcaychong, Lopez, Loyola, Lusotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Mangudadatu, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Mariño, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Nagaño, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan, Nolasco, Núñez Malañaon, Oaminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ortega, Oaño Dizon, Pacquiao, Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radaza, Ramirez Sato, Ramos, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Yeda, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sancopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulog, Savellano, Siao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuat, Swansing Estelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, Si Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alisa, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Sheri, Tan Sherni, Tejada, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tianco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Tutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva Eduardo, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikorat, Zarate, Zubiri.
With 241 affirmative, 0 negative, 0 abstention, House Bill number 6895 is now approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for consideration on third reading House Bill 6865 and request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
The Secretary General is now directed to read the title of the bill and call the roll of members for nominal voting.
House Bill 6865, an act mandating the conduct of baseline polymerase chain reaction COVID-19 testing for the vulnerable members of society to stop the transmission of the disease. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill 6865 on third reading. Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abueg Zaldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adyong, Advincula, Agabas, Agarao, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Genaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Andaya, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Bañas Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biazon, Bellones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondoc, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulut, Bustos, Kabatbat, Kabochan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Kawagdan, Cari, Castelo, Castelo Franz, Castro Franz, Castro Fredinil, Cayetano Alan Peter, Cayetano Maria Laarni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizaldi, Co Juanco, Coliantes, Crisologo, Cua, Quaresma, Cueva, Coliamat, De Gook, Delipe, Dalog, De Tol, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, Del Mar, De Los Santos, De Loso Montalia, Dimaporo Abdullah, Dimaporo Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael, D. Ian, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudis Cesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Gerbin, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garin Jeanette, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go Ed, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gulias, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Haloshos, Javier, Jimenez, Co Eliza, Co Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lezatin, Leachon, Legarda, Lim, Lim Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Lusotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Mangudadatu, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Nagaño, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan, Nolasco, Nunez Malaniaon, Oamenal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radaza, Ramirez Sato, Ramos, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Yeda, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sangcopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulog, Savellano, Shao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, C. Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Eliza, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherney, Tejada, Teves Arnulfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Chutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villaferte, Villanueva Eduardo, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikurat, Zarate Zubiri.
With 240 affirmative, 1 negative, and 0 abstention, House Bill number 6865 is now approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading House Bills for State Colleges and Universities, House Bill 6596, 6842, 6854, 6858, 6877, and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
The Secretary General will read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 6596, renaming the Compostela Valley State College in the Municipality of Compostela, Province of Davao de Oro, to the Davao de Oro State College. House Bill Number 6842, renaming the Surigao del Sur State University in the province of Surigao del Sur to the Northeastern Mindanao State University. House Bill Number 6854, converting the Balicuatro College of Arts and Trades in the municipality of Allen, province of Northern Samar, into the Northern Samar Polytechnic Institute. House Bill Number 6858, converting the Bicol State College of Applied Sciences and Technology in the city of Naga, province of Camarines Sur, into a state university to be known as the Southeast Asian University of Technology. House Bill Number 6877, an act establishing campuses of the Cebu Technological University in the municipalities of Liloan and Borbon, province of Cebu, to be known as respectively as the CTU Liloan Campus and CTU Borbon Campus, and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill Numbers 6596, 6842, 6854, 6858, and 6877 for third reading. Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abueg Saldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adyong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Genaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Andaya, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Banyas Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascub, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biazon, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulut, Bustos, Kabatbat, Cabochan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Kawagdan, Cari, Castelo, Castro Franz, Castro Fredenil, Cayetano Alan Peter, Cayetano Maria Laarni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizaldi, Cojuangco, Colliantes, Crisologo, Cua, Quaresma, Cueva, Culiamat, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Datol, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, Del Mar, De Los Santos, De Losa Montalia, Dimaporo Abdullah, Dimaporo Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael, D. Ian Paul, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudy Cesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go Ed, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gulias, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Haloshos, Javier, Jimenez, Co Elisa, Co Wilton, Conghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lazatin, Liachon, Legarda, Lim, Lim Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Lusotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Mangudadatu, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Naganyo, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan, Nolasco, Nunez Malanyaon, Uwaminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radaza, Ramirez Sato, Ramos, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Yeda, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sangkopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Savellano, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, C. Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alaysa, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherny, Tejada, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Tutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva Eduardo, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waycorat, Zarate, Subiri.
Sige. Sige.
Ilan ba to? Dalawa. With 238 affirmative, 1 negative, 0 abstention, House Bill number 6596 and House Bill 6842 approved on third and final reading. With 239 affirmative, 0 negative, 0 abstention, House Bill number 6854, 6858, and 6877 shall approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of the House Bills on Land Transportation Offices, House Bill 4786, 6569, and may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bills and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
The Secretary General will now read the title of the House Bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 4786, establishing a district branch of the Land Transportation Office in the Municipality of Liloan, Province of Cebu. House Bill 6569, establishing a regular district office of the Land Transportation Office in the Municipality of Bantay, Province of Ilocos Sur. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill number 4786 and 6569 on third reading. Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abueg Zaldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adyong, Advincula, Agabas, Agarao, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Genaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Andaya, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Bañas Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biazon, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulut, Bustos, Kabatbat, Cabotchan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Cawagdan, Cari, Castelo, Castro Franz, Castro Fredinil, Cayetano Alan Peter, Cayetano Maria Laarni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizaldi, Co Juanco, Coliantes, Crisologo, Kuwa, Quaresma, Cueva, Kulyamat, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Datol, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, Del Mar, De Los Santos, De Loso Montalia, Dimaporo Abdullah, Dimaporo Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael, D. Ian, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudy Cesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Pentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go Ed, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gulias, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Haloshos, Javier, Jimenez, Co Eliza, Co Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lazatin, Leachon, Legarda, Lim, Lim Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Lusotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Magudadatu, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Nagaño, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan, Nolasco, Nunez Malanyaon, Uwaminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radaza, Ramirez Sato, Ramos, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Yeda, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sangcopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulog, Sevillano, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, C. Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Eliza, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherney, Tejada, Teves Arnulfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Chutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva Eduardo, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikorat, Zarate Zubiri.
With 240 affirmative, 0 negative, 0 abstention, House Bill number 4786 and House Bill number 6569 approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for consideration on third reading of the House Bill on National Roads and Highways, House Bill 6585. May I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
The Secretary General will read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 6585, classifying the San Fernando Bypass Road and San Fernando Bypass Extension Road in the province of La Union into national roads. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill 6585 on third reading. Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abueg Zaldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adyong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Genaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Andaya, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Baños Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biazon, Bellones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondoc, Bordado, Bravo, Rosas, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Kabotsan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Cawagdan, Cari, Castelo, Castro Franz, Castro Fredinil, Cayetano Alan Peter, Cayetano Maria Laarni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizaldi, Cohuangco, Coliantes, Crisologo, Cua, Quaresma, Cueva, Coliamat, Dagoo, Delipe, Dalog, Datol, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, Del Mar, De Los Santos, De Loso Montalia, De Maporo Abdullah, De Maporo Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael, D. Ian, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudy Cesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go Ed, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gulyas, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Haloshos, Javier, Jimenez, Co Eliza, Co Wilton, Kong Hun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lazetin, Leachon, Legarda, Lim, Lim Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Lusotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Mangudadatu, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Macba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Nagaño, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan, Nolasco, Nunez Malanyaon, Uwaminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radaza, Ramirez Sato, Ramos, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Yeda, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sangcopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulog, Saveliano, Shao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, C. Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Eliza, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherni, Tejada, Teves Arnulfo, Teves Jose, Tianco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Chutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva Eduardo, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikurat, Zarate Zubiri.
With 240 affirmative, 0 negative, 0 abstention, House Bill number 6585 is now approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the House and the Senate have approved on third reading House Bill number 6895 and Senate Bill number 1541 respectively, which seek to amend RA 7797 entitled An Act to Lengthen the School Calendar from 200 days to not more than 220 days. We have been informed that the committees Basic Education and Culture and Higher and Technical Education, sponsors of House Bill number 6895, as well as the authors thereof, are in concurrence with the provisions of Senate Bill number 1541. In accordance with the rules, I move that we adopt Senate Bill number 1541 as an amendment to House Bill number 6895.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. Motion is approved. The adoption of the Senate Bill number 1541 as amended and House Bill number 6895 be approved. Final, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we include additional co-authors to House Bill number 6910, 6918, 6919, 6656, 6920, 6924, 6925, 6926, 6927, 6930, 6931, 6948, 638, 6953, and 6954, as contained in the list to be submitted by the Committee on Rules. So move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion for inclusion of co-authors for different House bills. Is there any objection? The chair is done. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to our rules governing inquiries in aid of legislation, I move that we refer House Resolution number 953 to the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. Resolution number 953 be referred to the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we take up House Resolution 954 and direct the Secretary General to read the title of the resolution.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. The Secretary General now can read the title of the resolution.
House Resolution number 954, resolution expressing the sincerest appreciation and profound gratitude of the House of Representatives to the United States Agency for International Development for its continued support and commitment to the Filipino people.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt House Resolution number 954.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to rules governing inquiries in aid of legislation, I move that we refer the following speeches to the appropriate committees. For Member Representative Zarate, date delivered February 10, 2020, referred to National Defense and Security and Public Order and Safety Committee.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Representative Bordado, February 10, 2020, to the Committee on Economic Affairs.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. Motion is approved.
Representative Kuliamat, February 10, 2020, to the Committee on Appropriations, Defense and Security, and Public Order and Safety.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Representative Elago, February 10, 2020, to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
Please proceed, Majority Leader.
Representative Brosas, February 10, 2020, to the Committee on Agriculture and Food. Representative Atienza, February 10, 2020, to the Committee on Legislative Franchises. Representative De Jesus, February 17, 2020, to the Committee on Energy. Representative Legarda, dated February 17, 2020, to the Committee on Health. Representative Guya, February 17, 2020, to the Committee on Energy. Representative Ebcas, February 17, 2020, to the Committee on Energy. Representative Dagook, February 17, 2020, to the Committee on Energy. Representative Nograles, February 17, 2020, to the Committee on Justice. Representative Zarate, February 17, 2020, to the Committee on Defense and Security and Public Order and Safety. Representative Bordado, February 24, 2020, to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture. Representative Kuliamat, February 24, 2020, to the Committee on National Defense and Security and Public Order and Safety. Representative Sarmiento, February 24, 2020, to the Committee on Transportation. Representative Abante, February 24, 2020, to the Committee on National Defense and Security. Representative Castro, February 26, 2020, to the Committee on Appropriations.
Representative Acosta Alba, March 2, 2020, to the Women and Gender Equality. Representative Roman, March 2, 2020, Women and Gender Equality. Representative Aragones, March 2, 2020, Women and Gender Equality. Representative Castro, March 2, 2020, Women and Gender Equality. Representative Rosas, March 2, 2020, to the Committee on Women and Gender Equality. Representative Elago, March 2, 2020, to the Committee on Welfare of Children. Representative Saulog, March 2, 2020, to the Committee of Welfare of Children. Representative Mariano Hernandez, March 2, 2020, to the Committee on Women and Gender Equality. Representative Del Mar, March 3, 2020, to the Committee on Legislative Franchises. Representative Go, March 3, 2020, to the Committee on Labor and Employment. Representative Garcia III, March 4, 2020, to the Committee on Ways and Means. Representative Frasco, March 4, 2020, to the Committee on Legislative Franchises. Representative Del Mar, March 9, 2020, to the Committee on Legislative Franchises. Representative Bordado, March 9, 2020, to the Committee on Agriculture and Food. Representative Fortuno, March 9, 2020, to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture. Representative Abellanosa, March 9, 2020, to the Committee on Legislative Franchises. Representative Garcia, March 10, 2020, to the Committee on Transportation. Representative Kabatbat, March 10, 2020, to the Committee on Agriculture and Food. Representative Elago, March 11, 2020, to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education. Representative Aglipay, March 4, 2020, to the Committee on Health. Representative Zarate, March 4, 2020, to the Committee on Public Order and Safety. Representative Ominal, March 4, 2020, to the Committee on Defeat COVID-19. Representative Abante, March 4, 2020, to the Committee of Trade and Industry.
Representative Aragones, May 5, 2020, referred to the Committee on Defeat COVID-19. Representative Gaite, May 5, 2020, referred to the Committee on Defeat COVID-19. Representative Sarmiento, May 5, 2020, referred to the Committee on Defeat COVID-19. Representative Castro, May 5, 2020, to the Committee on Defeat COVID-19. Representative Bordado, May 5, 2020, to the Committee on Defeat COVID-19. Representative Teves, May 5, to the Committee on Defeat COVID-19. Representative Brosas, May 5, to the Committee on Defeat COVID-19. Representative Elago, May 5, to the Committee on Defeat COVID-19. Representative Kuliamat, May 5, to the Committee on Defeat COVID-19. Representative Datol, May 5, to the Committee on Defeat COVID-19. Representative Fernandez, May 6, to
to the Committee on Defeat COVID-19. Representative Gonzalez, May 6, to the Committee on Health. Representative Abante, May 6, to the Committee on Information and Communications Technology. Representative Garin Janet, May 11, to the Committee on Defeat COVID-19. Representative Zubiri, May 11, to the Committee on Defeat COVID-19. Representative Enverga, May 11, to the Committee on Defeat COVID-19. Representative Kuliamat, May 11, to the Committee on Defeat COVID-19. Representative Vergara, May 12, to the Committee on Defeat COVID-19. Representative Salo, May 12, to the Committee on Health. Representative Zarate, May 12, to the Committee on Defeat COVID-19. Representative Go, May 12, to the Committee on Defeat COVID-19. Representative Pacquiao, May 12, to the Committee on Defeat COVID-19. Representative Plaza, May 12, to the Committee on Defeat COVID-19. Representative Gaite, May 12, to the Committee on Defeat COVID-19. Representative Garin Janet, May 19, to the Committee on Defeat COVID-19. Representative Castro, May 20, to the Committee on Justice. Representative Ebcas, May 20, to the Committee on Energy. Representative Guya, May 20, to the Committee on Energy. Representative Tof de Venecia, May 20, to the Committee on Defeat COVID-19. Representative Zarate, May 12, to the Committee on Defeat COVID-19. And Representative Gasataya, May 20, to the Committee on Defeat COVID-19. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. Motion is approved. Last night, we approved on third reading several House bills. Some corrections in the results of nominal voting were made after the results were announced. I was advised by the Secretariat that upon review, there is a correction as well in the result of the nominal voting on House Bill number 6875. This is due to a technical error in the recording of electronic votes. As corrected, the results are as follows. The affirmative 168 instead of 173. Negative 36 instead of 31. And abstention remains at 29. In view thereof, let the records reflect the said result. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
Congratulations to you.
Rani, nakakaya sa'yo pare, kailangan alcohol ko, di ba? Hanggang mamaya 12 ka na dyan.
Kunin ko lang po. Wala na po.
Sessions resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move we resume consideration of House Bill number 6953 and direct the Secretary General to read the title of the bill. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair is none. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of House Bill 6953 under Committee Report COTW for consideration on second reading.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status.
House Bill number 6953, an act providing for COVID-19 response and recovery interventions and providing mechanism to accelerate the recovery and bolster the resiliency of the Philippine economy.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of this bill is that we are at the period of interpellation and debates. Mr. Speaker, I move we recognize the Honorable Deputy Speaker, Eri Villaferte, to sponsor the bill, and his interpellator is the Honorable Sara Ilago of Kabataan Party List. So move.
The good sponsor of House Bill 6953, Deputy Speaker Eri Villaferte, is recognized to answer the queries of members of the House. And we are recognizing the representative from Kabataan Party List, Honorable Sara Jane Ilago. Nakamute ka? Nakamute.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker. Will the distinguished sponsor yield to a few clarification, clarificatory questions from this representation?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, why do we need an extension of the granting of emergency powers?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Your Honor. Importante po malaman ng ating mga kababayan bakit kailangan na ma-extend po ito. Initially, we approved the Bayanihan to Heal as One. This new measure will be called Bayanihan to Recover as One. As we know, wala pa naman vaccine. While we are already transitioning from the ECQ, modified ECQ, to a GCQ, marami pa rin nawalan ng trabaho. Marami pa ring negosyo na kung hindi man nalugi na ay malapit ng magsira. So, alam niyo po, itong nangyari in the last 2 to 3 months ng pandemic, hindi po ito matatapos in the next 6 to 12 months. Kahit magkaroon po ng bakuna, we still have to grapple with the issue of the downturn of the economy. That's why government, through the legislators, should give the power to the executive to address the issue. Give them enough powers, give them funding para po ay matugunan po ang mga problema na dulot po ng COVID-19. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, batay po sa kasagutan ng ating distinguished sponsor, ito po ay kahalintulad ng kakapasalamang po ngayong araw na Arise Bill o maski po sa titulo ng panukalang batas ay hindi po natin maipagkakaila ang pagkakapareho ng mga nais maabot ng mga layunin. No? Ang Arise Bill po, it's an act, an economic step, it's accelerated recovery and intervention stimulus for the economy of the Philippines, at ito rin pong emergency powers na panukala na pinag-uusapan natin ngayon ay nahihingi rin po ng dagdag na kapangyarihan para sa parehong layunin. Ang kinakailangan pa po ba ng dagdag kapangyarihan? Ano po ang hindi nyo magagawa dito sa Arise na magagawa ng kasalukuyang pamamahala laban sa COVID-19 nang hindi kayang gawin ng walang emergency powers?
Mr. Speaker, unang-una po, ang Arise Bill ay naaprubahan pa lang sa ating Kamara. So, while the intention is good, more than 200 members endorsed it, hindi pa naman ito pwedeng ma-implement dahil wala pa po itong counterpart bill sa Senado at hindi pa po nadidiskusyon. We are in a situation, we are in a pandemic. This is an urgent situation, we are in a crisis. So this needs powers, prerogatives that we should give to the executive so they can address the issue. While there are similarities between the Arise and this measure, ito pong measure na to ay makakatugon immediately once approved, and kung i-certify po as urgent ng ating administrasyon, mas lalo pong magiging magagamit po ito, yung mga provisions, kung maging batas po ito. So again, yung Arise pa po ay wala pa po yan na sa Senado at malayo pa po yan bago maaprubahan dahil we will resume sa July 27, I think, if I'm not mistaken, or a little day to July 25. So from now until July and August, September, kailangan talaga matugunan ng mga programa. Kasama po dito ang pag-targeted testing. Naglalaan po tayo ng pondo na importante po yan para ma-address po or ma-minimize ang pag-spread ng virus. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Speaker, ibig sabihin po ba ang mga probisyon na nasa ilalim ng bayanihan to recover as one, nakahalintulad na nilalaman na rin ng Arise. Kapag naipasa po ang extension na ito ng emergency powers, hindi na po maipapatupad yung mga kahalintulad na provision sa ilalim ng Arise. Halimbawa na lang, Ginoong Speaker, yung mga subsidiya para sa mga estudyante. Pareho pong may mga seksyon, ang Bayanihan to Recover as One at ang Arise na may kinalaman sa subsidiya para sa mga estudyante. Ang ngunit magkaiba po ang mga nilalaman at yung mga amounts na intended na ibigay bilang suporta sa ating mga mag-aaral, gayon din sa mga guro, staff, at mga eskwelahan. Ano po ang paliwanag dito ng ating sponsor? Hindi po ba nagkaroon ng koordinasyon o paano po ba ang magiging mode ng implementation nito kung magiging doble-doble po ang provision sa batas?
Unang-una, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, wala pong doble. Kasi kung ma-approve po ito, hindi pa naman po aprobado ang Arise. So walang doble po. While when we say similar provisions, that's true. There are similar provisions between Arise and this measure. However, if you will read Section 10 of this measure will only be effective until September 30. Arise, if ever it passes through the Senate and it becomes into law, will definitely be beyond September 30. And as mentioned earlier, hindi matatapos po ang problema even by September 30. Even if this law is passed, kailangan pa rin ng Arise and other similar stimulus packages. So po, again, if ever mapasa rin ang Arise even before September 30, hindi po doble dahil ang matutugunan po ng panukalang ito ay kulang pa. So meaning, kahit ma-approve to at ma-approve po ang Arise, hindi po kulang pa rin po. So palagay ko hindi doble. Dahil ang problema, the magnitude of the problem is so extensive that even if this measure is passed and Arise is passed, even the Cures Act is passed, the problem is so extensive that all of this measure will be considered complementary rather than of duplication, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, I will give a specific example. Section 9 of Arise pertains to educational subsidy to students, and section letter O of the Bayanihan to Recover as One bill also pertains to subsidy na for tertiary education students. Ang nakalagay po, ang nakasaad po dito, magkaiba po ang subsidy no, per student. Sa ARISE, nasa 7,500 maximum. Dito naman po sa Bayanihan to Recover ay nasa 8,000. At ito po ay para lamang sa nakaraang academic term no, ng school year 2019-2020. So pareho po yan na magpopondo para sa private schools, pang-suporta sa mga teachers at staff sa parehong period. No? So yan po ay malinaw na duplication na dahil pareho pong, sa parehong panahon, sa pareho pong kapupuntahan, ang magiging pondo no, para dito sa tuition subsidy. Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, again, kung 8,000 po ang nakalagay dito at aray 7.5, wala pong problema yan. Bakit po? Kung mapasa po to at mabigay natin yung si 8,000, that is only for this is only for first assistance. It does not stop the government from giving the second tranche na 7.5. In fact, it's better. Di ba po? Wala pong duplication dyan. And by the way, kung sakali man seriously consider ang ARISE, pwede naman pong amendahan yan sa Senado, may BICAM pa naman. So, pwedeng ayusin po ang concern ng ating kagalang-galang na congresswoman kung sa tingin niya po ay duplication. But for me, hindi po duplication yan. Supplementary po yan dahil it does not stop us, legislators, from giving 8,000 and another tranche, whether 7.5 or 8,000. In fact, it will be more beneficial to the people. The people will realize that ang Kongreso ay talagang inaasikaso po sila, hindi lang pang isahan, pang matagalan. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, mas mainam po no, kung magtuloy-tuloy ang magiging subsidiya. No, kasi sa ARISE at dito po sa Bayanihan to Recover as One, no, pareho po ang period na kino-cover. Kung magkakaroon ng magiging adjustment na magtutuloy-tuloy ito, mga assistance sa mga eskwelahan, ayan po ay isang mainam na paraan upang mabigyan ng tulong ang lahat ng nangangailangan ng mga estudyante, gayon din po ang mga guro at mga staff sa mga private schools. Ngayon, Ginoong Speaker, bakit po kailangan ng emergency powers no, para gawin ito? Sa kasalukuyan po ba nating mga pondo, hindi po ba sapat ang nakalaan na para sa tertiary education subsidy, gayon din sa mga student financial assistance program para makover ang lahat ng pwede nating maabot? Ilan po ba ang target na beneficiaries ng subsidy na ito, Ginoong Sponsor, Ginoong Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I think alam ng aking colleague na talagang who is an advocate of fighting for student rights, yung kabataan, na kahit naman meron na po tayong universal access to tertiary education at kung meron na rin po tayong Bayanihan 1, alam naman po natin na kulang pa rin talaga po yan. Kasi even before COVID, kahit libre na po ang edukasyon, nagbabayad pa rin sila ng mga transportation, damit. So even without COVID, kulang na nga as it is. Ngayon may COVID pa. So, kung ang magulang mo ay nawalan ng trabaho, mas lalo po silang kailangan tulungan. So, this is the intention of the law, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, that while there is already a law providing a universal tertiary education subsidy or assistance, because of the COVID, mas lalo pong nahihirap ang ating mga kababayan, lalong-lalo na po ang mga magulang, estudyante naka-enroll po sa college or university. So, I think my distinguished congresswoman will agree with me na dati ng kulang, dati ng mahirap, so it does not stop us from giving more, di ba po? And I think the public will appreciate na meron po tayong Bayanihan to Recover as One, meron tayong ARISE, and I think it does not stop us from pushing other measures to assist our students and the education sector. Regards to the powers, we are in a crisis, we are in a pandemic. These times need fast action, emergency measures. So kailangan po natin bigyan ng dagdag na poder ang ating eksekutibo. Dahil po nung kinraft po yung 2020 budget, alam naman po natin na hindi naman po na-input dyan ang for mass testing. Marami pong mga bagay na hindi naisip na malagay dyan. Kaya po binibigyan natin ng kadagdagan na power. Kagaya niyan, maraming negosyo nagsisira, kailangan tulungan natin ang agricultural sector. Dati nang hirap ang agricultural sector, I think the distinguished congresswoman will agree with me, dating nanganghirap, dati nangang kulang na pondo, nagkaroon pa ng COVID, it's really just right to address these issues. That's why there's an urgency in passing this measure and giving the executive the necessary powers to address the issues and concerns and problems facing us right now, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Speaker, asang-ayon po tayo doon sa mga dagdag subsidiya. In fact, ang talaga pong nananawagan tayo para doon sa education emergency relief, para sa mga estudyante, mga guro, mga staff, ganun din po sa mga eskwelahan na apektado ng COVID-19. Ang nais lang po natin malinaw, Ginoong Speaker, sa ilalim po kasi ng 2020 national budget natin, meron na tayong mga beneficiaries. May mga tiyak na nabilang ng beneficiaries. Ang nais ko pong malaman ay kung ilan pa po yung target nating maabot sa pamagitan ng pagpasa o pag-grant po ng dagdag na kapangyarihan sa ehekutibo para dito.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, ang total in this version, this measure, basically, the total amount that we're allocating is 162 billion. Nakalagay po dito ay 21 billion for the unemployment and involuntary separation assistance for displaced workers, employees, faculty ng state universities. So, meron naman pong amount, ceiling, na ibibigay po sa ating mga kababayan in the various sectors. So, for me, kulang po to. Pero we are basing this on the funds available as per the Department of Finance. So, kung pwede nga lang, gawin nating 2 trillion to at dagdagan pa natin lahat. But we have to manage our expectations. Ano ba ang problema? Ano ba ang available funds? So, meron naman pong guidelines in the selection. Siguro unahin talaga natin ang poorest of the poor, then moving up ang ano. Pero kung tatanungin po na tayo kung ilan, mas mabuti na pong let's not peg a number, 'di ba? Kasi we should learn our mistakes from Bayanihan 1. 'Di ba po sa Bayanihan 1, naglagay ng amount, 18 million households na mag-a-avail ng SAP. At the end of the day, kinulang. Maraming nagreklamo. So, I think it's just right that, based on separation of powers, the legislature should just legislate how much and how it will be spent and let the executive decide kung paano nila implement yan. Because malinaw naman po yan sa Constitution. The legislature enacts a law, the judiciary interprets the law, and the executive implements the law. So I think let's give them that power and discretion, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Ginoong Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, wala pa po tayong number of beneficiaries. Magkano nga po ulit ang nakalaan para po dito sa tuition subsidy? Magkano po ang nakalaan na napondo?
Nakalagay po dito sa page 7, 8,000 per student po. Qualified students in private tertiary education who are neither part of the listahanan of the Department of Social Welfare and Development nor covered under the TES So wala naman pong duplication dahil kung kasama ka na sa listahanan, may nakukuha ka na pong amount, subsidy per month, at yung test, meron na rin. So ito po ay ilagay po natin sa 8,000 per student po.
Ilang bilyon, Ginoong Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, ilang bilyon po doon sa total na gagamitin nating mga pondo?
Ang total po na sa Bayanihan to Recover as One is 162 billion at may mga breakdown po yan. Dito po yan as part of the 21 billion pesos po na nakalagay po, but covering other, not just that, but other areas as well, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Nasa 21 billion. Sige po, Ginoong Speaker, tayo po ay manghihingi ng breakdown. Wala pa po bang breakdown ngayon or meron na po?
Wala po. Kasi ano po yan, dinalagay po natin yan as an amount, assistance, including po doon sa mga even faculty na nawalan ng trabaho po. So, nakalam po yan, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Mainam, Ginoong Speaker, bago po natin maipasa ito, may mga susunod pa naman pong interpelasyon at mga magtatanong po tungkol sa extension ng grant ng emergency powers. Mainam po kung meron ng malinaw na breakdown para po malinaw din at mapanatag ang taong bayan o kung paano po natin nilalaan ang pondo para sa mga pangangailangan sa pagtugon sa COVID-19 pandemic. Ngayon, Ginoong Speaker, let me ask our distinguished sponsor, how much fund has the national government released for the COVID-19 pandemic response so far? So from March hanggang ngayon po, as of
Maraming
June
salamat.
4, 2020. Magkano na po ang ating nailabas na pondo?
Based on the DBM website, as of April 30, around 353 billion na po ang nagamit for COVID-related expenses. As of April 30, this is based on the website of the DBM, Department of Budget and Management, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
253 as of April 30. Meron po ba tayong as of May 2020?
As of now, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, I don't have a copy of the as of May 30. We will be requesting a copy with the DBM as soon as possible as part of our oversight power, and we will gladly provide Congresswoman Elago and those who wish to get copies of the breakdown of the question of Congresswoman Elago po, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker. Naway maibigay po ngayong gabi habang tayo po ay nag-uusap tungkol sa mga provision ng Bayanihan to Recover as One. Now, let me also ask from our distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, the list, the complete report on the sources of funds for COVID-19 pandemic response. Lahat po ng mga loans, kung meron pong mga aid na ibinigay po sa atin, ipinautang, mainam po na malaman natin hindi lamang yung pinagagamitan kundi rin yung mga sources at yung kung paano po natin matitiyak ang transparency at ang accountability sa paggamit ng public funds. Ngayon, Ginoong Speaker, nais ko lang din maipabatid sa ating distinguished sponsor na hanggang ngayon po, meron po tayong State University na may mga estudyante na sinisingil pa rin ng kanilang tuition and other school fees. Isa po sa pwede nating makonsidera na maisama hindi po sa panukalang ito, no, pero sa mga susunod pa na panukala na may kinalaman sa COVID-19 response ay yung pag-waive din ng mga binabayaran sa SUCs. Ang covered lang po kasi ng Republic Act 10931 ay yung mga qualified students na enrolled sa undergraduate degree. No? Kung may mga subsidiya rin po na maaari nating maibigay doon sa mga paying na mga estudyante sa mga public universities and colleges, maaari po sila at pinakamainam na maisama sila sa mga magiging beneficiaries dahil ang kanila ding mga pamilya ay apektado ng kawalang trabaho at ng kawalang kabuhayan sa ilalim ng community quarantine at nang sarado pa po ang maraming negosyo at transportasyon. Ang kaugnay niyan, Ginoong Speaker, a distinguished sponsor, may mga naging hakbang po ba nitong mga nakaraang buwan hinggil sa pagtitiyak na walang profiteering rin pagdating sa education sector, sa private education sector?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I share the sentiment and concern regarding the thoughts raised by Honorable distinguished Congresswoman Sara. We will note that and we will make sure that the CHED and all government agencies will give us a report on based on what she has raised po. But in this case po, that's another issue. But nevertheless, importante po yung issue na yan that should be tackled in the halls of Congress. Siguro once we go back in session, dapat bigyan po natin pansin po yung mga concern na minention po ni Congresswoman Elago, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Ginoong Speaker, meron din po tayong programa, no, sang-ayon sa mga report sa paggamit ng emergency powers, sa paggamit ng pondo ng CHED na Higher Education Development Fund para suportahan ang mga state universities and colleges sa kanilang mga efforts na nag-aambag sa paglaban sa COVID-19. Maaari bang mag-ulat ukol dito ang ating distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, I am not in a position to give a detailed explanation regarding this matter sa CHED, but definitely we will raise this issue with the CHED, particularly the chairman, si Chairman Popoy de Vera. But I am not in a position to give a detailed explanation or information being raised by Congresswoman Elago. I can answer information or questions with regards to the measure, but outside of this measure, particularly that the CHED issue, I'm not in a good position to answer regarding these concerns, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, ito po ay may kinalaman sa emergency powers dahil ginamit po ang Bayanihan to Heal Us One Act no, para po mag-realign ng pondo mula doon sa Higher Education Development Fund at tugo nga doon sa mga proyekto ng mga universities and colleges para mag-ambag no, sa laban natin sa COVID-19. Kaya maghihingin na lamang po ng ulat, no, ng detalyadong ulat ukol dito ang representasyon na ito. Gayon din, Mr. Speaker, ang tungkol sa programa ng Land Bank, yung kanilang lending program para sa mga private high schools, private technical and vocational education training institutions, at mga higher education institutions para pangsuporta sa kanilang operasyon. No? So that would be to request for submission of reports, Mr. Speaker, report on the use of the HEDF and the implementation of the academic program of Land Bank. Now let me go to our final query, Mr. Speaker. Tungkol po ito sa National Budget Circular number 580 na nagkaroon po ng 35% na cut sa mga ahensya para sa COVID-19 response. Ilan po ang kabuang na pool na budget na pondo mula po sa National Budget Circular number 580?
Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, I don't have the exact number, but as far as the information given by the DBM, and based on the research we were able to get in the website as of April 30, as mentioned earlier, the total expenses incurred, I have it here with me, as of April 23, to be exact, is 352,285,378,840, of which 321 billion were derived from the 2020 GAA, and I can safely assume that this was gathered from the budget circular as mentioned by the distinguished gentlewoman from Kabataan. So ito po yun, nakalagay po yan sa report, and kinuwan po nila yan sa various departments as contained in the National Budget Circular po. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Ginoong Speaker, a distinguished sponsor, meron po tayong nasa 321 billion na kinuha dun sa mga kinaltas na 35% sa pondo ng mga ahensya. Yan po ay nasa 43 billion pagdating sa sektor ng edukasyon. 43 billion po yung sum ng mula sa DepEd, SHED at sa mga state universities and colleges. Ngayon, nakita rin po natin dun sa ARISE, no? Na meron pa po palang mga savings na pwede pong pagkunan ng pondo. Halimbawa po, yung pinag-uusapan po natin bago ito na subsidy para sa mga estudyante. Parte po nun ay pupondohan ng hindi pa nare-release, no, na pondo mula sa fiscal year 2019. Ngayon, Ginoong Speaker, distinguished sponsor, magkano po ba ang kabuang hindi pa nare-release na pondo mula sa fiscal year 2019?
Based on the April 2020 report, na-utilize po ang 31,759,810 from continuing appropriations of 2019 because technically, we will only have savings after the fiscal year. And in this case, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, the 2019 budget was extended until 2020 December, or it was extended. So technically, wala pa pong savings because it's called continuing appropriations po. But if you will analyze based on the report, as of 2019, meron pong nagamit from continuing appropriations, or maybe you can call savings because it might have been unreleased or unobligated at that time, 31,759,810,000 po. Yan po ang nakalagay po dun sa website and data provided by the DBM.
Maaari pong malaman, Ginoong Speaker, kung ano po ang naging pamantayan ng desisyon na magkaltas ng 35%. Na bakit po 35%? Ano po naging batayan? At kung bakit po ito uniformly applied, no, sa mga ahensya?
Well, ang budget po ng 2020 is 4.1 trillion at 1.249 trillion dyan is called automatic appropriation. Kasama na rin po dyan yung mga binabayad natin sa utang natin. Kasama na rin po dyan yung IRA ng LGU. So technically, ang new appropriations lang po for 2020 is 2.85 trillion. So dito sila po nagbase, nag-base sila for example 35%. So because they were assuming, and it's not an assumption, tatagal pa po itong COVID. So, kung nakabigay yung na-approve po natin ng Bayanihan 1 ay humingi po sila ng 275 billion, but ang nagastos na nga nila ay over 300 billion, we still have now until the vaccine is released to grapple with the issue of unemployment, hopelessness, pagwala ng oportunidad, trabaho sa ating mga kababayan. So, doon po sila nagbase. This COVID, we have to prepare for the long run. So, kung nakaubos po sila ng roughly over 300 billion in a span of over 2 months, we still have 6 months left for the year. So, I think they based that based on the projections, and kaya naman 35%, ay hindi naman siguro pwedeng gawin 50% dahil hindi na mag-function ng gobyerno. Kailangan naman po ay yung mga nilaan na pondo dyan ay mapagpatuloy, lalong-lalo na po na mag-general GCQ na tayo, nag-open up na. So I think 35%, in fact, is already a high number. At their objective really was the 35% was derived from non-essentials like mga foreign travel, MOE savings, capital outlay savings na siguro nakita nila na hindi na kailangan. For example, meron tayong budget for Olympics, na-cancel naman po yung Olympics na yan. So things like this, foreign travel, kung meron man I think nakalaan na budget around 18 billion, 35% of that is still a conservative number considering that nobody would want to travel now, even more especially abroad and locally. So yung mga ganyan po, I think 35% was a safe number. They were projecting that can sustain government operation to fight COVID, possibly until the Bayanihan has expired and until a new Bayanihan law has been enacted into law. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Ginoong Speaker, magkano pa po ang natitira mula doon sa mga 35% na kinaltas na?
Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, I don't have the exact number, but we will surely have to get these numbers from the DBM and the Department of Finance as part of our oversight, and we will gladly provide Congresswoman Elago and those who would be interested to get the numbers and figures, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, naway sa mga susunod na hakbang para sa realignment, kailangan po natin maging cautious sa pagpapatupad ng uniform lang na mga budget cuts na lalong-lalo na halimbawa po ng nabanggit natin na kaltas sa sektor ng edukasyon. Tayo po ngayon ay pumapasok din sa punto na maraming kinakailangan ng mga adjustments sa learning modalities, yung kinakailangan ng capacity building at training para sa mga teachers, suporta para dun sa mga anak ng mga displaced natin ng mga OFWs ay nakaranas pa ng ganyang kaltas. Kaya maaari po na magkaroon ng masinsin na plano kung paano natin ang titiyakin na may pondo yung mga may pinakanangangailangan nang hindi po nasasakripisyo rin yung mga sektor na binanggit at nais po natin na pagsilbihan at apektado, matindi ang epekto ng krisis na ito sa kabuhayan at sa pang-araw-araw na buhay, at kung sa amin po yung mga kabataan, hindi lang may epekto sa kasalukuyan, kundi sa kinabukasan din po ng mga kabataan at ng mga susunod pang henerasyon. Ngayon po, Ginoong Speaker, may final question. Emergency powers should be used within the limitations set out by international human rights law. They should not be used for any other purposes than to address the threats it is meant to mitigate. In this case, to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. Sa ganyan pong pamantayan, sa ating mga batas at sa mga pandaigdigan ng mga pamantayan na nagtatanggol, titiyak ng ating mga batayang karapatan, ng karapatang pantao, tayo po ay nababahala doon sa mga napakalawak na layunin na nakasaad sa deklarasyon ng patakaran ng panukalang batas na ito. Halimbawa, Ginoong Speaker, ito pong letter I, promote and protect the collective interest of all Filipinos in these challenging times. Ano po ba ang layunin dito at ang nais pong maabot sa pamamagitan ng dagdag na kapangyarihan ng mga sponsors po ng batas na ito?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Honor, just to clarify, we're not giving emergency powers to the executive. Wala pong emergency power binibigay. In fact, we're just giving them appropriations for certain sectors. This is the differentiation between this and the Bayanihan 1. In fact, nakalatag malinaw dito kung saan ilalagay ang mga pondo. There's no additional power given. It's just that we're giving them the power, not a wide latitude of power, to realign funds, but targeted programs already. Just to refresh, I don't see a word emergency in the measure, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker. Nevertheless, I share the sentiment of our distinguished colleague na dapat talaga bantayan bawat piso na ginagastos ng gobyerno, whether we pass this or not. That is the mandate of everyone, every public servant. Transparency, full accountability should still be ensured. So let me assure the distinguished Congresswoman that I share her concern in guarding every peso spent by government. Dahil limitado na nga ang pera, dapat talagang magamit ito sa maayos. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yes, but Mr. Speaker, this gives additional powers in response to public health emergency. That's why we should not, include here vague or broad provisions that may be prone to abuse and misuse. So at the proper time, Mr. Speaker, this representation will submit to the distinguished sponsor this representation's individual amendments. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor.
Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing the Honorable Sara Elago. I move that we recognize the Honorable Franz Castro to deliver her interpellation. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Representative from ACT Teacher Party List, Honorable Franz Castro is recognized.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. So, ang ating po bang kagalang-galang na sponsor ay pahihintulutan ng kinatawang ito sa ilang mga clarification kaugnay noong proposed bill.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Kung matatandaan ko pa, Mr. Speaker, noong March 23, kaming dalawa rin ang sponsor ang nagtanungan kaugnay noong ilang mga questions regarding doon sa RA 11469. At kung titignan natin, Mr. Speaker, hindi natin pwedeng hindi balikan yung paano ba napatupad, paano ba nagastos, dahil alam naman natin, part ang kongresong ito sa Oversight Committee sa kung saan yung pag-ibigay ng emergency power sa ating Pangulo, lalong-lalo na dun sa mga pag-realign ng mga pondo para gamitin natin sa pagsugpo ng COVID-19, ay malaki ang papel ng kongresong ito. At marapat lamang, Mr. Speaker, na mag-ulat sa taong bayan dahil sa June 24 ay matatapos na itong RA 11469. Yung ilang mga katanungan naman, Mr. Speaker, ay naitanong na ni Representative Sara Elago. So meron lang ilang mga pagdidiin as regards to the muli sa funding yung oversight, at syempre yung konting assessment doon sa RA 469. Bago po ako, Mr. Speaker, dumako sa ilan na lang na mga katanungan doon sa panukalang batas. So, maraming tanong po, Mr. Speaker, na dapat sagutin sa nagpapanukala nito bago natin ipalawig ang extension ng emergency powers. Bagamat sinasabi namang wala namang emergency powers na ibinibigay sa bagong batas na ito, pero yung poder sa paggamit ng pondo ay kabilang din tingin ko ay nasa emergency power na rin. On funding, Mr. Speaker, so una po, Mr. Speaker, we demand full transparency on all matters of funding before this Congress can even think of extending the law's effectivity. It should be presented with data para malaman natin, Mr. Speaker, kung talaga bang ginastos ang buwis ng mamamayan para harapin ang krisis buhat ng COVID-19. Not everything is reported in those reports. Yung weekly reports, Mr. Speaker, napakalimitado ng mga datos na nilalabas doon, and the administration and the proponents must release to the public comprehensive report on the following matters. One, sources of fund. So, magkano po ba ang total na savings na dineclare at hinugot po natin, Mr. Speaker, mula doon sa GAA 2019 at mula po doon sa 2020 na continuing, yung GAA 2019 na continuing appropriations at saka po sa kasalukuyang budget natin na 2020. Meron po ba ditong special SPF, Special Purpose Fund na nagamit, Mr. Speaker? Ginong sponsor.
Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, based on the report of the Department of Budget and Management, as per full transparency, nakalagay naman po yan sa website which the public can access to. Ang total na nagastos nila as of April 30, as mentioned earlier, is 321 billion. At based on the breakdown, ay wala po na nagamit from the Special Purpose Fund. Contingent Fund, meron po 520 million. NDREAM Fund, 500 million. Trust Receipts, 41 million. These are the partial breakdown. May unprogrammed fund po na 96 billion, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker. So, then regular agency budget of 9 billion, nandito rin po. And discontinued POPs, yung programs, activities and programs, 214 billion po. So yan na po yung dinerive nilang pooled resources. Naka-raise sila ng 214 billion. So that will total around 321 billion, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker. Then meron rin po silang nagamit na from the 2019 considered continuing appropriations, or you can call it savings, na 31 billion po.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Alam natin na nagkaroon po tayo ng utang mula sa iba't ibang mga sources. Ang tanong po, Mr. Speaker, kasi hindi naman nakalagay doon, hanggang kailan po ba ito babayaran at magkano po yung interest na babayaran din po natin mula sa buwis ng ating mga mamamayan?
Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, we will gladly ask the Department of Finance to provide this copy. And just for the, when we passed the 4.1 trillion budget, the projected deficit was around 3.5%. But of course, because of the COVID, we will expect to have a higher deficit. And yung sinasabi natin kagalang-galang na Congresswoman na dapat talaga every centavo of the taxes should really be fully accounted. In fact, dapat based on DBCC projections, yung non-tax and tax ay definitely hindi na po mamimit yan because of the downturn of the economy. In fact, ang deadline pangbayad ng buwis ay na-extend from, if I'm not mistaken, April 15 ba, na-extend po yan sa June. So we will only fully know kung ilan po ang magbabayad ng buwis for both for tax and non-tax revenues based on 2019 income this June when the deadline is set. However, because of the decrease in revenues, tama po ang kagalang-galang na distinguished gentlewoman na definitely dadagdag po ang deficit, bumaba ang revenue, ay we will resort to more borrowings. However, mid-year pa lang naman po, so I feel that kung meron man na utang na pondo ay just to address the budgetary concerns due to the delay of payment of taxes. But again, I share the concern na dapat talaga i-fully account kung saan umutang, magkano utang, magkano interest, anong terms and conditions. So we will ask the Department of Finance, and let me assure the Congresswoman na magpapatawag po tayo ng hearing regarding that, possibly to be chaired by the Appropriations Committee, para because palapit na rin man talaga ang budget, and it's really important to know all these details. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Ang kinatawan pong ito ay nasiyahan dun sa huling statement na kailangan magpatawag po tayo ng committee hearing kaugnay nitong mga sources of fund na ito at yung paano nagastos. May napansin po tayo, Mr. Speaker, dun sa expenditures mula dun sa huling ulat sa paggamit. Halimbawa po, may inuulat sa weekly reports, dahil kabahagi naman po tayo ng Oversight Committee, may inuulat sa weekly reports na hindi sinasabi ang detalye. Halimbawa po, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, merong 150.7 million out of savings na nirelease sa AFP at 93.1 million to the PNP. Meron din pong 21.6 million additional allotments and cash allocations na reprogrammed, reallocated, and realigned to OPAP at 378.1 million to the Department of National Defense. Maari po bang mabigyan tayo, Mr. Speaker, ng Ginoong Sponsor ng kalinawan kaugnay nito? Meron na po bang isinabit na report kaugnay?
I partially read that oversight. Kung gusto niyo po na tama po kayo, bigyan natin ng detailed explanation kung saan nalagay ang pondo na yan. But based on the earlier explanation, of course, kapartner po ng executive po ang pag-implement ng lockdown ng AFP at PNP. However, tama po kayo, hingian po natin sila ng mas detalyadong paggamit ng pondo, saan napunta at magkano po. So we will duly note the request of the Honorable Congresswoman.
Salamat, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Kasi kung total po natin to, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, napakalaking halaga nito, no? Na napunta sana doon sa solusyong medical. Hindi doon sa, hindi pa natin alam kung paano ginamit ito, kaya kailangan natin itong ma-account. Dapat more or less, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, balance ang sources at ang expenditures. Otherwise, ang ibig sabihin nito ay nangungutang at nag-force savings kahit hindi kinakailangan at ang may pinagkagastusan na tinatago sa publiko. These data are not presented before us with this bill at kahit maibigay lahat ng Kongreso ang mga datos na ito, all these matters cannot be studied within few days, let alone a few hours, kaya hindi pwedeng iratsyada ang panukalang extension. Kaya kailangan po magkaroon tayo ng committee hearing para makita na at mabusisi natin yung mga expenditures. Doon naman po, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, on the exercise of the check and balance, oversight. So sa Joint Oversight Committee under Section 5, meron po dito yung pag-convene ng oversight. Maaari po bang sabihin po ng Ginoong Sponsor, dahil kabahagi din siya ng oversight, ilang beses po nagkaroon ng Joint Oversight Committee base po dun sa tinatakda Section 5?
Dun sa Joint Oversight Committee po ay we were basing this on the report and kung may mga katanungan po kami, ay hinihingi na lang po namin ang mga kasagutan sa bawat departamento. We were not able to convene the joint oversight with the Senate. However, because of the lockdown, pero nag-Zoom meetings naman po kami with members of the oversight to exchange ideas kung paano po ma-exercise po itong function na to. And kinukuhaan naman po namin sila ng mga dokumento. At I share the sentiment, hindi kompleto 100% ang pagsumite. So it's incumbent upon us really, and duly noted, na talagang humingi pa tayo ng mas malawakan, mas extensive, mas detalyadong report over and above the detailed report naman na binibigay ng Office of the President. But tama po kayo, may pagkukulang po, especially when it comes to implementing agencies dahil napakahaba ng report. Siguro maganda rin talaga na i-require po natin sila in this Bayanihan 2 na hindi lang po Office of the President ang mag-report but yung implementing agencies po. So I share your sentiment and concern, and at the right time I'm willing to accept an amendment that we can have detailed reports not just from the Office of the President but include in the implementing agencies, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Salamat, Mr. Speaker, sa pag-amin ng kahinaan ng ating mababang kapulungan kaugnay noon sa papel o role ng Oversight Committee. Na-appreciate ko po yun. Kapansin-pansin naman po report lang po ng executive at madalas nakakakuha na lang po tayo ng feedback from the Senate. Sana meron din tayong sarili na dapat na inilalabas na mga reports based dun sa ating role as part of the Oversight Committee. So, siguro po, mabigyan din tayo kung meron ding mga sinasabing mga Zoom meeting, ano yung mga mahalagang dapat na malaman ng ating taong bayan. So, dahil no checks and balance against the vast powers of the executive is in violation not only in the law but also in the Constitution. So, on to my next question, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor. So, sa pangatlo po, the Bayanihan Law has done very little to curb the health and socioeconomic hardships suffered by the people. Yet, the IATF, police, military, and other agents of the administration have used it against the people. So, pwede po bang makapag-provide po ng report dahil regarding dun sa SAP, first and second tranche po ng pagdidistribute nito. Alam ko po yung second tranche ay hindi pa naibibigay. Bagamat may mga declaration na po ang DSWD, na matapos daw po yung liquidation pa ng mga LGU ng first tranche, saka pa lang ibibigay. So may magagawa po ba ang kapulungang ito, particular ang liderato ng Kongreso, para mapabilis ang pagbibigay po ng second tranche po ng SAP? Sobrang huli na ang pagsisimula ng payout ng DSWD, DOLE at DA, dahil patong-patong na delays and issuance ng guidelines, mga listings, verification, and beneficiaries. So, ang tanong lang po, Mr. Speaker, ano magagawa po natin para mapabilis po itong pagbibigay po ng second tranche ng SAP?
Well, para mapabilis po yan, dapat aprobahan po natin to kasi hindi po sila makakapagbigay ng second tranche dahil expired, they don't have anymore the authority. Because as you mentioned, this law will expire June 23, 24, but when we adjourn, technically, it's already no longer in effect. Di ba po? So yan, kaya nga po sinasama po natin yan, kung titingnan po natin sa page 5, section F, sinama po natin yan doon. Then secondly, hindi po nagkulang ang leadership ng Kamara dahil kami halos araw-araw po namin kausap ang DSWD. Pinupuna po namin ang pagkakamali nila. Kung hindi lang po, for your information, napastreamline po natin ang mga requirements. Kung alam lang po nyo, yung unang requirements nila, 32 steps bago makuha ang SAP. At talagang pinaglaban po ng leadership, as part of oversight, na dapat 4 steps lang. para mabigay. But nevertheless, nagkaroon ng problema sa implementation. While we entrusted the LGUs with the determination and distribution, despite the problems that arose, I think okay pa rin as against kung we just let DSWD handle it dahil wala naman talaga silang manpower and resources. Baka kung we just let DSWD handle it, baka ngayon hindi pa sila nangangalahati. But nevertheless, ang administrasyon naman, kung mababasa nyo sa report, sa dyaryo, sa TV, marami na rin po silang kinasuhan ng mga LGU na gumawa ng anomalya. On our part, we legislated the enactment, the implementation of the law ay nagkaroon ng pagkukulang. So, siguraduhin natin na hindi maulit yan. Again, ang nakalagay kasi, based on the IATF guidelines, ang magkakaroon lang ng second tranche ay yung mga under the ECQ. So, technically, and the law will expire. So, dapat siguro mapabalis natin ang enactment nito while ensuring full transparency and accountability po. And I share your view. I'm open for proposals how we can further improve the delivery system by the executive and ensure full transparency and more comprehensive accountability, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Nalungkot po ako doon sa sinabi ninyo, no? Kailangan muna nating maipasa itong bayanihan to recover as one bago po matanggap yung second tranche. Pero hindi po ba nakalagay po doon sa RA 11469 na 2 buwan ang dapat na matanggap ng 18 million na households? So, ibig ba sabihin, tinatalikuran natin o nilalabag natin yung ginawa nating batas? Di po ba dapat i-push natin na maibigay ito dahil kahit naman po nasa GCQ, MECQ, nasa kung ano mang barbecue o Q, nakita naman natin na wala pa pong trabahong stable, maraming nawalan ng trabaho, no work, no pay. Di po ba? Yung ating mga drivers, yung mga hotel workers, yung ating mga restaurant workers, talagang marami pa pong sektor ng ating lipunan ang hindi pa talaga nakakuha ng ayuda. So wag po nating bawiin o wag po nating i-violate yung ating ginawang 11469. Kasi kung ibabase po natin doon sa mga guidelines ng IATF, wala po yon doon sa ginawa nating batas. So pwede po bang magkaisa tayo doon sa ganung prinsipyo na ipaglaban po natin yung second tranche nito at wag nating intayin itong recovery, itong bayanihan to recover as one.
Thank you, Your Honor, your Speaker. Meron kasing school of thought na since expired na yan, hindi na nila pwedeng gawin yung mga powers and prerogatives as given by Bayanihan 1. So, instead of risking legal violation that can arise from continuing, it is incumbent upon us na ipasa na lang, total meron naman pala talagang pangangailangan at marami pa rin programang dapat tugunan na dinagdag po natin dyan. Hindi lang po SAP ang objective ng panukalang ito. As mentioned, nagdagdag tayo for agriculture, assistance to MSMEs, yung COVID testing, dinagdag na rin po natin dyan. So that is the school of thought na dapat siguro ay mas mabuting sigurado ang aksyon ng gobyerno. While we expected the executive to fully implement the 2 months in first 2 tranches, we have to accept the fact that up to this date, hindi pa po 100% liquidated. And kung magbigay naman sila ng second tranche without the full liquidation, pwede rin silang sisihin ng COA at other government agencies. So, first time nangyari ito, nandyan ang pagkakamali, nandyan ang frustration, which I share, no? Kahit sa aming probinsya, dami nagreklamo, alam nila mabibigay ng 2 months. Kaya dapat i-ano na lang natin to with your indulgence, usisain natin itong mga pangangailangan nila and possibly put forth in this measure kung ano pa po ang magagandang suggestion para mas ma-minimize po ang pagkakamali na implementation ng executive. in the Bayanihan 2, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor. Malinaw naman po yung provision ng batas sa Bayanihan to Heal as One Law na 2 buwan yon. At sana mapanindigan natin na maipatupad iyon ng ating executive. At tingin ko naman, hindi naman ito lalabag dun sa batas kung gagawin ito. Pangalawa, may mga provision din po sa Bayanihan to Heal as One na hindi pa ipinatutupad. Hinihingan pa ng IR, kagaya po ng mga health workers natin na namatay, na malinaw naman po yung provision ng batas na dapat na maipatupad, di na kailangan ng IRR, pero hanggang ngayon ay hindi pa po na ipatutupad. Halimbawa po yung sinasabi natin, yung 1 million per health workers po na mamamatay during doon sa paggampan nila ng tungkulin nila, hindi pa po ito naibigay. Dapat makatulong din ang kongresong ito, tayo, para po mapatupad yung batas na yon.
Tama po kayo, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. I share your frustration. In Camarines, sir, may 2 health worker nagka-COVID. Malinaw sa batas, sabi 100,000. Ako mismo nag-follow up. Pero po, hindi naman po ibig sabihin na pag may pagkukulang kapalpakan ng isang departamento na hindi na po natin papagpatuloy yung magagandang programa. So para sa akin po, pagpatuloy po natin to at I share the frustration. Kung sino dapat ang managot dyan, dapat managot, kasuhan, kung pwedeng tanggalin sa pwesto. Pero I think, ginampanan po ng Kongreso ang tama. Ginawa po natin na meron provision na 100,000 pesos for those health worker na magkaroon ng COVID at 1 million kung merong cause of death ay COVID. Malinaw sa batas yan at dapat i-honor nila yan. Hindi tayo nagkulang, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker. So dapat, kung sino nagkulang, dapat managot. And I share your view. But again, hindi po ibig sabihin na nagkulang, nagkaroon ng kapalpakan, na wag na natin po isama yung magandang panukala na yan. So dapat ipagpatuloy po natin yan, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Dagdag pa doon, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, no, yung mga hazard pay sana na naibigay natin doon sa ating mga health workers dahil alam niyo po, nakakahiya po yung record natin sa buong mundo, no? Pinakamarami yata tayong mga namatayan ng health workers dahil doon sa kakulangan natin ng proteksyon para sa mga health workers natin. Kaya yun lang po no, na nakakalungkot na yung may mga mahalagang bagay po sana tayo na naibigay, kaya lang po ay hindi na-prioritize. Iba po ang na-prioritize. So ilan na lang pong katanungan, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, kaugnay ng mga ilang provision. On page 5 po, so napansin natin dito, meron pang 5,000 to 8,000 na ibibigay tayo. Page 5, letter F. Tama naman po ito sa mga low-income households, returning overseas workers, yung mga no work, no pay, yung mga freelancers and self-employed individuals. Pero Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, hindi niyo yata nabanggit dito yung iba pang mga like yung mga jeepney drivers, bus drivers na mukhang after July pa sila makakapasada kahit na sila yung nagsimula na ng paggawa ng sarili nilang health protocol based doon sa requirement ng DOH, ay hanggang ngayon ay hindi pa po sila nakakapasada. Yung mga restaurant and hotel workers po, yung mga masahista, yung mga travel workers, yung mga may kinalaman po sa airport, yung mga airlines po natin, yung mga workers po natin. Maaari po bang yan, may idagdag din or mako-cover na rin po ba ng ibang part ng ating provision sa proposed bill?
Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, dun sa page 5, letter H, I think nahagip na po yung concern ng ating distinguished gentlewoman. Nakalagay po doon for displaced workers, employees, probationary, seasonal, contractual, casual employees, tourism, culture, and private health institutions. Nakalagay naman po yan dyan. Nakalagay doon na public transportation rin po and other sectors of the formal economy. Kung matitignan po nyo yan, that this assistance can be provided either by the DOLE, the SSS, meron din silang programa, then meron rin pong programa for repatriated OFW, OWA, So nakalagay po yan dyan sa provision H, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you po, Mr. Speaker. So, tinignan ko po yung letter H. May mga nakalagay na rin po pala rito. Pati yung ating mga teachers doon sa naapektuhan po doon sa mga private, small and medium schools, ng mga private schools, 10,000. Kaya lang tanong po, Mr. Speaker, no? March 15 pa po sila nawala ng trabaho. So, kung maipapasa ito by July, mapupondohan. So July pa po, maibibigay ito. Sana makatulong din po tayo no, na ma-expedite. Kung ano man yung mga natitirang pondo pa para doon sa RA 11469, maibigay na po doon sa ating mga private school teachers. Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor.
I agree, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay. Dito po, napansin ko on page 10, yung poong procurement po ng ating mga medical goods, yung mga kinakailangan na medical equipments, yung mga masks, yung mga gowns, yung mga PPEs, etc. Pero wala po akong napansin dito, Mr. Speaker, na provision para naman po suportahan ang manufaktura ng ating mga lokal na industriya. Kasi, halimbawa, hindi po ba natin pwedeng palakasin? Kasi nagre-recover tayo, di ba? Yung industriya po ng paggawa ng mask. Palakasin po natin yung paggawa ng gloves dahil sinasabi nyo naman, in the next 2 years pa or 3 years pa, itong pandemic na ito, paghandaan natin. Baka po pwedeng mabigyan din natin ng suporta yung lokal na manufaktura ng mga medical at hindi po tayo aasa sa mga imported.
Tama po yan, doon sa page 10, nakalagay naman po that to ensure adequate and responsible supply of critical products, the government as procuring entity shall give preference and procure products, material supplies produced, made, or manufactured in the Philippines. Nakalagay po dyan na dapat talaga ma-encourage, ma-protect, magbigyan ng incentives po ang local industry, particularly in products and services regarding COVID-19 po, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
So, medyo parang mahina po yung katagang preference. Mas maganda po sana kung masuportahan natin itong manufaktura ng ating mga local manufacturer. On page 13, Mr. Speaker, kaugnay po nung ating mga ayuda sa ating mga magsasaka. Alam natin mula sa report ng pangsyam na report po ng IATF, napansin natin doon sa report na napakaliit nung porsyento nung nabigyan natin ng ayuda mula sa ating mga magsasaka. So, on page 13 po, yung pagtulong natin doon sa ating mga magsasaka, napansin natin dito ng grant emergency credit lines. Mga grant po ito letter EE, provision, support, financial subsidies, and other forms of assistance to qualified agri-fishery enterprise, farmer folks. Wala po itong detalye, hindi po katulad ng mga iba pang mga sektor. Pwede po bang matanong kung ano po yung kung sa konkreto maibibigay natin sa ating mga agriculture sector, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor?
Tama po kayo. Doon sa unang bayanihan po, kasama naman sa report, nagbigay tayo ng rice farmer assistance na tag 5,000 pesos. But totoo po yan, kulang talaga. We have to accept the fact that limited talaga ang pondo. So I think nag-focus sila for farmers na nagtatanim ng 1 hectare or below. So there are farmers that have 2 hectares or above na hindi nakasama. However, page 25, nag-aalat tayo ng 21 billion to provide cash subsidy, interest-free loans sa mga farmers and fisher folks registered under the registry system for basic sectors in our agriculture, and to finance the plant. Kasama na rin po dito yung ahon lahat, pagkain sapat kontra COVID ng Department of Agriculture na meron rin mga cash for works, Kailangan rin po, ini-encourage rin po natin dito, nakalaan ng pondo to create food markets, food logistics intervention, cash for work program in agriculture to ensure food security. So, ito po ay hindi natin napabayaan ng sektora ng agrikultura na maski limitado ang pondong binibigay, ay nag-alat po tayo ng 21 billion for the sector, which is very important.
Okay? So, pangalawa sa huli, Mr. Speaker, na tanong, on page 15 po, yung about sa Balik Probinsya, Bagong Pag-asa Program under EO number 114, series of 2020. So kung babasahin po natin tong EO, no, wala naman pong comprehensive na na program kaugnay po doon sa Balik Probinsya, Bagong Pag-asa. Sana ma-concretize natin yung maitutulong po natin dito sa pinapasang batas, dahil po tingin ko po may kakulangan yung EO number 114 at maging sustainable po sana itong sinasabi natin. Kasi alam niyo po, Mr. Speaker, kung babalikan po natin yung mga programa niya na mga Balik Probinsya, Bagong Pag-asa na yan, failed program po yan ng mga dati ng mga administrasyon, at sana matuto na tayo kung paano masusuportahan sa rural areas ang ating mga kababayan na mag-opt for Balik Probinsya.
Tama po yan, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker. I support the Balik Probinsya program. I support the energization of rural development. Kailangan po ma-promote ang rural sector. In fact, tomorrow I'm filing a Balik Probinsya Incentives Act in line with the executive order, at we will address yung mga kakulangan. I agree that kailangan dagdagan, institutionalize. I'm filing tomorrow a bill na napag-aralan po natin yan, because I really feel that for the country to prosper and for it to be sustainable, the countryside, the rural area should be developed. So I agree with the distinguished gentlewoman, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
At bandang huli, my last question, Mr. Speaker, hindi ko pala nakwenta to, no? Magkano po ba yung ina-expect nating na budget para dito sa ating proposed bill po? At saan po kukuhanin?
Sa panukala po natin ay 162 billion ang total package. And based on talks with the Department of Finance, kukunin po ito sa unprogrammed funds, and around yung others can be sourced from non-essentials nasa budget, like foreign travel, as I mentioned earlier, yung mga ibang bagay na hindi naman kailangan coming derived from the 2020 budget. So I think mapopondohan naman po ito. But malinaw po yan, the big bulk will be coming from unprogrammed funds, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Sa conclusion po, Mr. Speaker, so sana po ma-provide ng sponsor yung mga hinihingi nating report kaugnay noong pagpapa-implement natin ng RA 11469. At saka iba pa pong mga dokumento, Mr. Speaker, na hinihingi natin po kanina pong bago magsimula sa pagtatanong sa bagong bill. So yun lang po, Mr. Speaker. Magandang gabi. Salamat po sa ating sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Thank you for the distinguished gentlewoman's very elucid questioning.
Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honorable Franz Castro. Mr. Speaker, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, please allow me to make an announcement, and I would like to request our members and our dear colleagues to remind them that we have our last day of session tomorrow at 10 in the morning before our adjournment sine die. May I repeat? We have our last day of session tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning. Now, with that said, Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session until June.
Majority Leader, let
Yes,
us
Mr.
first suspend the consideration of House Bill 6953.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. May I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 6953.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
My thanks, Honorable Speaker. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session until June 5. That will be on Friday at 10 in the morning.
Session
moved,
suspended until 10 in the morning, Friday, June 5, 2020.
12 hours, 2 o'clock na naman bukas.
Yeah.